Chapter 1669. As Renjong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, introduced himself, the bald burly man who was the leader of the Raging Wave Mansions group also chimed in. Everyone, what Elder Ren said is what I want to say as well. Since he has already said so, I won't say anything else. I'm Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. The bald burly man was also the representative sent by the Raging Wave Mansion to preside over the Rising Sky ranking battle this time. After Renjong finished speaking, he introduced himself. Similar to the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Rising Sky Mansion, the Raging Wave Mansion was a fourth-rate force. However, compared to Renjong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Sutsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, the second Elder of Raging Wave Mansion was nothing. It seems like the Raging Wave Mansion doesn't really care about the Rising Sky ranking battle this time. They actually only sent a second Elder to preside over the Rising Sky ranking battle. Soon after, someone could not help but whisper after learning about the bald, burly man's identity. Since someone had taken the lead, it was only natural that someone else would follow suit. In just a few moments, the gigantic chessboard that stretched as far as the eye could see began to bustle again. The second Elder of Raging Wave Mansion seems to be on a completely different level from the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion and the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. I really don't know what the Raging Wave Mansion is thinking. To think that they actually only sent a second Elder. That's right. How can a mere second Elder of Raging Wave Mansion uphold the fairness of the Rising Sky ranking battle? In our Rising Sky Mansions district, only the people from Rising Sky Mansion have the strength to uphold the fairness of the Rising Sky ranking battle. This time, if the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion isn't here, and the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion wants to ignore the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle, how is Elder Ri going to stop him? That's right. In my opinion, the second Elder of Raging Wave Mansion is only here to go through the motions. At the critical moment, with his little strength, he won't be able to do anything at all. When they saw that Lu Hongguang, the second Elder of Raging Wave Mansion, did not seem to care about their discussion, more and more people on the Nimble chess set began to join in the unbridled discussion. Lu Hongguang stood in the air with a calm expression, as if he didn't hear the discussions around him. In fact, with his cultivation level, even if the people present were only whispering, he would be able to hear them clearly. Not to mention, those people were talking about him without restraint. Therefore, the reason why he looked so calm was because he didn't care about these discussions at all. However, even if Lu Hongguang didn't care, it didn't mean that the people from the Raging Wave Mansion who came with him didn't care as well. These elders and disciples from the Raging Wave Mansion had angry expressions on their faces. Several people even opened their mouths to defend themselves. However, before their voices could come out, they were drowned out by the noisy discussions around them. The corner of Sutsin, the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion, twitched imperceptibly when he heard the discussion in the surroundings. These people were saying that Lu Hongguang was inferior to him? Although he was slightly older than Lu Hongguang's strength had already surpassed his 10 years ago. At that time, he had followed the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion to the Raging Wave Mansion as a guest. He had fought with Lu Hongguang, and he was defeated in less than 100 moves. During that battle, other than using Saint inscriptions, Dao talismans, and other external forces, he had used all his techniques, but in the end, he was still inferior to Lu Hongguang. For this reason, he accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. When he heard the people around him saying that Lu Hongguang was inferior to him, his face flushed red. He felt so ashamed that he wanted to crawl into a hole. The second Elder of Raging Wave Mansion, Lu Hongguang, isn't as simple as he seems. Among the people present on the scene, apart from those who were familiar with Lu Hongguang, there were only a few people, including Duan Lingtian, who disagreed with the discussions around them. When the people from the three great fourth-rate forces arrived, Duan Lingtian had already noticed a problem. Sutsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, was not only polite to Renjong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, but he was also extremely polite to Lu Hongguang, the second Elder of Raging Wave Mansion. They were both from fourth-rate forces, and Sutsun was the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. Even if it was out of respect for the Raging Wave Mansion, he would not have been so polite if Lu Hongguang was weak. After all, this was a world where the strong were respected. It was impossible for those who were of the same background and stronger to treat those who were weaker in this manner. The few powerhouses from the three great fifth-rate forces in the Rising Sky Mansions district who shared the same thoughts as Duan Lingtian were present as well. Apart from them, there was the flowery monk, Jing Suzi, and Zhonggu. Based on their expressions, it was obvious they did not agree with the discussions around them. Everyone, can you please listen to me? Just when the situation was getting out of hand, Ren Zhong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, finally spoke. His voice contained true origin and suppressed the voices of everyone present on the scene in just a blink of an eye, causing those who were still discussing fervently to shut their mouths. After these people shut their mouths, their eyes shifted to Ren Zhong in unison. All of them wanted to know what the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion would say under such circumstances. When Ren Zhong saw the scene had quietened down, he continued to look at Lu Hongguang. His voice was still filled with true origin as he said, "In terms of seniority, this second elder of Raging Wave Mansion can be considered as my uncle and nephew. However, in terms of strength, even I'm not confident I can defeat him." The moment Ren Zhong's words left his mouth, the scene that had already quieted down fell silent again. Ren Zhong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, said he was not confident he could defeat the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. Was this even possible? What a joke. How can a mere second elder of Raging Wave Mansion's strength be compared to the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion? Is this even possible? I think the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion only said such words because he doesn't want to embarrass the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. I think so too. Although Ren Zhong had spoken up to help Lu Hongguang, not many people present on the scene believed his words. All of them thought he only said such a lie because he wanted to help the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion resolve this embarrassing situation. When Ren Zhong saw this, he could not help but frown. Just as he was about to explain himself, he was stopped by Lu Hongguang, who was standing at the side. Lu Hongguang said nonchalantly, "Elder Ren, even I, the person involved in this matter, don't take it to heart. You don't have to bother about it. I appreciate your kindness." Since Lu Hongguang had said so, Ren Zhong, naturally, did not say anything else. "Hongguang, you're much calmer than an old man like me." In the end, Ren Zhong could not help but sigh emotionally. No matter what, the main topic today was the Rising Sky ranking battle that was about to begin. For this reason, as time passed by, the discussion about Lu Hongguang gradually died down. Everyone's attention was now focused on the Rising Sky ranking battle. Everyone. When the sun shrouded the land, Ren Zhong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, who was one of the hosts of the Rising Sky ranking battle today, said, "Today is the first day of the Rising Sky ranking battle. Among those who came to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle, I'm sure many of you already know the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, I'm sure there are some who are unaware of the rules as well. Now, I'll explain the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle in detail, so that the people behind you don't know about it." The moment Ren Zhong's words left his mouth, he began to explain the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle. He began by explaining the rules that Duan Lingtian also knew about. The Rising Sky ranking battle did not allow for life or death. Naturally, if one party took the initiative to admit defeat, the other party would not be allowed to make a move. As the hosts of the Rising Sky ranking battle, Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang would also make a move to save the person who admitted defeat. It did not allow for life or death. Although almost everyone who came to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle already knew about this rule, they still could not help but tremble when they heard it from Ren Zhong. It was a matter of life and death, so they could not control their emotions. Some of them even had thoughts of retreating. Although they could admit defeat, if they really fought, it would be a matter of life and death. Unless they were evenly matched, it would be difficult for them to admit defeat. There were no specific rules in the Rising Sky ranking battle. The 10 people who stood at the end would be the people who would be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking this year. No external force, including Saint weapons, is allowed in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Once it's used, the person will be disqualified from the Rising Sky ranking battle. Ren Zhong continued to explain. This was also very important. No external force was allowed. One could only rely on one's own strength to compete for the right to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. The reason there was such a rule was because the person who set up the Rising Sky ranking was worried that the disciples from the major forces would be given external resources by the major forces. The major forces did not lack high-grade Saint inscriptions and high-grade Tao talismans. If they were allowed to rely on external forces, it would be unfair to the sectless cultivators who came from ordinary backgrounds. All of you should have heard that the Rising Sky ranking battle doesn't have any specific rules. As long as one stands at the end, he'll be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. The Rising Sky ranking battle will only truly end when there are no more challengers. At that time, the Rising Sky ranking battle will truly end. Renjong continued to explain. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the others, Renjong and Lu Hongguang looked at each other and lifted the walking stick and giant hammer in their hands in tacit understanding before they struck at the void above the nimble chess set. This time, both of them struck at different directions. Bang! Bang! Along with two soft sounds, the people present on the scene could clearly feel the heaven and earth spirit energy in the nimble chess set was in chaos. It took a while before it calmed down. At the same time, they could clearly see 10 chess pieces suddenly flew up from the nimble chess set's chessboard. They were 5 black chess pieces and 5 white chess pieces. After the 10 chess pieces rose up, they hovered in the air as though there was an invisible force supporting them. This? Chapter 1670. The 10 chess pieces in the air continued to grow. In the end, each of the chess pieces seemed to have transformed into a vast platform. Of course, although these chess pieces had become very large, they were nothing compared to the chessboard of the nimble chess set. However, the 10 chess pieces hovering in the air still gave Duan Lingtian a strong visual shock. Such huge chess pieces hovering in the air. Is this the mirror image of an illusory formation? However, when Renjong spoke again and asked everyone present to stand on the 10 huge chess pieces in the air, Duan Lingtian realized the 10 huge chess pieces hovering in the air were not an ordinary mirror image of an illusory formation. When he landed on them, he felt as though he was standing on solid ground. What kind of formation is this? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with shock. It can actually make the mirror image of an illusory formation so realistic. Although Duan Lingtian knew a little about formations, the formations he could set up were nothing compared to the formation that set up the nimble chess set before his eyes. Even the illusory formation that the illusory formation compass in my hand can set up is nothing compared to this illusory formation. Who's the person who set up this illusory formation? It's so powerful. Duan Lingtian was filled with shock. Previously, when Duan Lingtian obtained the 3 formation compasses in the Moon Illumination sect, he had only used the formation compass that could set up the illusory formation. As for the other 2 formation compasses, one of them had yet to be repaired while the other one was almost fully repaired. According to Hualao, it would take at most half a year to repair it. However, Duan Lingtian, who possessed the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Devil Seal Tablet, was not very reliant on the formation compasses. Due to this reason, he was not in a hurry to repair it. Hualao had said that the 3 formation compasses would be of great help to him as long as he had sufficient energy. Of course, Hualao had also said that the 3 formation discs were not as helpful to him as the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, the difference was that the Jasper Celestial Sword consumed a lot of energy. As for the formation discs, they did not consume the energy in his body. Therefore, although Duan Lingtian did not rely on the formation plates, he still hoped that Hualao could fix them. Perhaps they would be of use in the future. Isn't the effect of this illusion array too realistic? Unbelievable. I felt like I was really stepping on this chess piece. If I squatted down, I could reach out and touch this chess piece. What kind of illusion array is this? It's so miraculous. I can be sure that the chess pieces under our feet aren't real. But even if they aren't real, there's some sort of power that's materializing into chess pieces that's supporting us. This is the first time I've seen such an illusory formation in my life. I guess I haven't lived in vain. These 10 chess pieces are the venue for the Rising Sky ranking battle? Duan Lingtian shuddered when he heard the commotion. He quickly regained his senses and shifted his attention back to Renjong. Although there were 2 people presiding over the Rising Sky ranking battle, Lu Hongguang did not say anything apart from introducing himself. Renzhong was the one who spoke the whole time. Due to this reason, almost everyone present on the scene acknowledged Renzhong as the host. As for Lu Hongguang, it was as though he had been forgotten. However, Lu Hongguang did not seem to care much about this. He stood quietly next to Renzhong and faced the situation calmly. Everyone, the 10 chess pieces in front of you are the venue for the Rising Sky ranking battle. You can treat the 10 chess pieces as 10 arenas. These 10 arenas will give birth to 10 ring masters. At this moment, Renzhong continued to speak. Anyone who's qualified to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle can challenge any of the ring masters. As long as you can defeat him, you'll be able to replace him and become the new ring master. Any of the 10 ring masters will be considered to have advanced if no one challenges them within a day. They'll be qualified to participate in the real Rising Sky ranking battle. If they don't become the ring master, they won't be qualified to participate in the real Rising Sky ranking battle. Renzhong continued to speak. The real Rising Sky ranking battle. Although his words were a little exaggerated, they were not wrong. Although it could be said that the Rising Sky ranking battle would take place in the following days, more than 90% of them were not fated to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. This was because the Rising Sky ranking would only take in 10 people every time since ancient times, and this time was no exception. Only the final 10 ring masters would be listed in the Rising Sky ranking battle. In other words, the final battle between the 10 ring masters would be the real Rising Sky ranking battle, since they would be competing for a specific ranking in the Rising Sky ranking. Now, everyone, please retreat to the edge of your chess pieces and empty the space in the middle. Then, anyone who meets the requirements can go to the middle of the chess pieces and become the ring master. You can wait for your opponent or challenge the current ring master. Renzhong's voice resonated again. At this moment, the people on the 10 chess pieces began to retreat to the edge. At the same time, the vast space in the middle of the 10 chess pieces was emptied. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air. 5 people from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and 5 people from the Raging Wave Mansion walked out. A total of 10 people appeared on top of the 10 chess pieces respectively as they looked down at the ground. It was as though they were divided into 10 people who corresponded to the 10 chess pieces to monitor the situation. Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, and I will be the main hosts of the Rising Sky ranking battle this year. As for the others, they'll be the vice hosts of the Rising Sky ranking battle this year. Each of them will be in charge of one chess piece, which is also a ring. As for their responsibilities, apart from checking the age of the participants, they'll also have to ensure the fairness of each ring, Renzhong said. Everyone was enlightened. At this moment, everyone present on the scene finally understood. Earlier, many people were still thinking that the Rising Sky ranking battle would be divided into 10 spots at the same time. Each time, there would be 20 people fighting at the same time. If there were only 2 hosts, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, even if they could manage it, would they be able to interfere? If there were 6 or 7 spots at the same time, would they be able to intervene in time even though they were strong? Many people were skeptical about this. However, when they saw the addition of 10 vice hosts, they finally understood. As it turned out, the Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion had long been prepared. There was no need for them to worry at all. Is it finally going to start? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he hugged his sword and stood at the corner of one of the black chess pieces. Chapter 1671. The Jasper Celestial Sword looked simple and unadorned. There was nothing special about it at all. There was a reason why Duan Lingtian was hugging the Jasper Celestial Sword at all times. Not long ago, he discovered to his surprise that his comprehension of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, seemed to have deepened a little when he came into contact with the Jasper Celestial Sword. As long as the Jasper Celestial Sword was in his hands, he had a feeling he would be able to find an opportunity to break through to the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Ever since he discovered this, he no longer kept the Jasper Celestial Sword in his spatial ring or the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Up until now, my Sovereign Heart Sword is still stuck at the first stage, the sword in the heart. I wonder when I'll be able to break through to the second stage. According to the introduction of the Sovereign Heart Sword, even if I've only comprehended it to the second stage, the power I'll be able to unleash is enough to suppress 99% of the techniques in the Earth rank Saint grade martial tactics. The reason it was not able to suppress all the techniques in the Earth rank Saint grade martial tactics was because there were variants in the Earth rank Saint grade martial tactics as well. For example, there were variants in the Earth rank Saint grade martial tactics. There was a technique in the top human rank Saint grade martial tactics that was not inferior to the techniques in the ordinary Earth rank Saint grade martial tactics. There were such variants in the Earth rank Saint grade martial tactics as well. There was usually a technique in the top Earth rank Saint grade martial tactics that was not inferior to the techniques in the ordinary Heaven rank Saint grade martial tactics. Duan Lingtian's Sovereign Heart Sword was still lacking compared to such a technique even though he had cultivated it to the second stage. Naturally, this was not embarrassing at all. After all, the Sovereign Heart Sword had a total of 5 stages. It was only the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword that was inferior to such a technique. Although I haven't grasped the opportunity to break through to the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, with my current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for me to kill an intermediate refined Saint stage martial cultivator without using any external force. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. On this point, he was still very confident. Although he was only at the intermediate pristine Saint stage, due to the existence of the Sun true origin in his body, his true origin was comparable to refined Saint stage martial and Dao cultivators. As an intermediate refined Saint stage martial or Dao cultivator, it might be a little difficult for him to rely on the Sun true origin alone. However, if he relied on his 10,000 swords territory or his brute strength, he was confident he could easily defeat an intermediate refined Saint stage powerhouse. In addition, he also had the Strange Pupil. Although the Strange Pupil would not have much of an effect in front of an intermediate refined Saint stage powerhouse with his current cultivation base and divine consciousness, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. It would still be of some help to him. If I'm not mistaken, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing, has most likely broken through to the intermediate refined Saint stage. However, even if he has broken through to the intermediate refined Saint stage, he might not necessarily be a match for the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. Previously, the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi were already at the intermediate refined Saint stage. Currently, it's very likely that they have broken through to the Mastery refined Saint stage. Even if they haven't broken through yet, their strength can't be underestimated. Naturally, if they haven't broken through yet, I'm confident I can defeat them. However, if they have broken through, it'll be extremely difficult for me to defeat them. The strength of a Mastery refined Saint stage powerhouse is not something an intermediate refined Saint stage powerhouse can compare to. However, that's not important. My purpose in participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle this time is not to obtain the first place in the Rising Sky ranking, but to kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing. Duan Lingtian did not forget his purpose in coming here. He changed his appearance and came here under the alias of Li Feng. He wanted to kill Su Jing and help Han Xuanai, whom he regarded as his own sister. As long as Su Jing was dead, the engagement between him and Han Xuanai would naturally be annulled. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he finally regained his senses. At this moment, he discovered there were already 2 people fighting in the empty space in the middle of the chess piece he was standing on. In just a short period of time, it was hard to tell who was the winner. Based on the thickness of the true origin on their bodies, they're at least at the intermediate refined Saint stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It seems like this nimble chess set is not as simple as an illusory formation. These 2 people are so powerful, but when their energy touched the void, it seemed to be devoured by the void. It did not affect the surroundings at all. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been awakened by them. Duan Lingtian's attention quickly shifted to the nimble chess set. 16. Intermediate refined Saint stage powerhouses. At this moment, a low voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Is this even fun? As soon as the game starts, there are already 16 people at the intermediate refined Saint stage on the 10 chess pieces. It seems like there's no need for me, an early refined Saint stage powerhouse, to join the game. Even if I join the game, I'll only be humiliating myself. Similar discussions rose and fell one after another. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked around and discovered that, including the chess piece he was standing on, the other 9 chess pieces were also included. There was a total of 20 people who were divided into 10 groups and fighting fiercely. However, among the 20 people who were fighting fiercely, only 4 of them were slightly weaker. However, even these 4 weaker people had already entered the pristine saint stage. As Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness, he quickly confirmed that the 4 of them were at the early refined saint stage. This place is completely different from the Mound Hill city that I went to when I first arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Previously, in Mound Hill City, Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses were already people he had to look up to. However, currently, in the Rising Sky Mansions district, the weakest person participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle was at the early refined Saint stage. They were all Saint stage powerhouses. Once upon a time, Saint stage powerhouses were still unreachable to Duan Lingtian. However, at this moment, Saint stage powerhouses could be seen everywhere. Naturally, Duan Lingtian also knew that the reason he sighed was because he had climbed all the way up from the bottom. His horizons were broadened step by step. He was unlike some people who had a very high starting point from the beginning. For example, Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was very different from him in this aspect. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the others, the 2 people who were fighting on the 10 gigantic chess pieces were defeated one after another. At this moment, ring masters began to emerge one after another, waiting for the remaining people to challenge them. As time passed by, the battles continued to sound, and people continued to be defeated. Naturally, there were also people who were killed before they could even admit defeat, and their bodies were thrown into the wilderness. This was a world where the strong were revered. Unknowingly, evening had arrived. Chapter 1672. Alright, today's Rising Sky ranking battle has come to an end. We'll continue tomorrow. When a ringmaster appeared on each of the 10 chess pieces, Rinzhong said, "Tomorrow, the 10 of you will be the ringmasters and wait for other people to challenge you. Disperse." As soon as Rinzhong finished speaking, the walking stick in his hand shook again. At the same time, Lu Hongguang, who was standing next to him, took out his gigantic hammer and smashed it in the air. Bang! Bang! Another 2 loud bangs resonated in the air. Before Duan Lingtian and the others could react, they discovered everything before their eyes had changed. The 10 gigantic chess pieces and the nimble chess set had disappeared. They were back in the Nimble Canyon again. What a magical, illusory formation! Many people who were witnessing the nimble chess set for the first time could not help but exclaim. Among the 10 ring masters today, there are 3 at the peak of the pristine saint stage and 7 at the mastery pristine saint stage. Tomorrow, there should be a refined saint stage ring master. It seems like the day after tomorrow at the latest, or the day after that, the people who will be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking will be decided. Many people were paying attention to this. That Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, hasn't arrived yet. Some people noticed that Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had not arrived yet. Humph. If he doesn't dare to come before the last day, he'll definitely miss the Rising Sky ranking battle this time. It seems like he doesn't care about the Rising Sky ranking at all. That's not necessarily the case. Perhaps he's just putting on airs and waiting for the last day to arrive? That's possible. Unknowingly, many people began to mention Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Some of them were dissatisfied with him. The Rising Sky ranking was undoubtedly a sacred ranking in the Rising Sky Mansions district. In their opinion, Su Jing's actions were blasphemous to the Rising Sky ranking. If they had the authority, they would definitely disqualify Su Jing from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Su Jing hasn't arrived yet. Hugging the Jasper Immortal Sword, Duan Lingtian quietly found a corner in the Nimble Valley. He leaned against the mountain wall and narrowed his eyes, looking very calm. At this time, Duan Lingtian also saw that the people from the 3 fourth-rate forces had also returned to a corner of the Nimble Valley to rest. The people from the 3 fifth-rate forces in the Rising Sky Mansions district also went to rest. There are a few people from these three fifth-rate forces in the arena today. As for the Rising Sky Mansion, nobody has entered the arena yet. After watching the battle today, Duan Lingtian also realized this point. As for the Flowery Monk, Jing Suzi, and Zhonggu, they did not participate in the battle. Otherwise, they would definitely be one of the 10 champions. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt a gaze fall on him. At first, he thought it was the Flowery Monk's gaze. After all, the Flowery Monk had taken the initiative to talk to him before, although he didn't talk to him after that. However, when he turned to look at the source of the gaze, he discovered that it was not the Flowery Monk. Instead, it was Jing Suzi. What's he trying to do? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He did not think there was anything attractive about him. If there was anything attractive about him, it would be that he was more of a loner. Among the people present in the Nimble Valley, apart from Zhonggu, he was the only one who came and went alone. The others were at least in groups of 3 to 5. It was precisely because of this that he and Zhonggu were like cranes in a flock of chickens. Looks like he's only looking at me because I'm alone. Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he noticed Jing Suzi had quickly shifted his gaze away. After a while, Duan Lingtian noticed that Zhonggu's gaze had also shifted to him. Due to his previous experience, he was much calmer this time. Zhonggu's gaze did not stay on him for long. Perhaps the Flowery Monk took the initiative to talk to me earlier because I was alone. At that time, Zhonggu hadn't come yet, so I was the only one who came and went alone among the group of people in the Nimble Valley. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, Duan Lingtian did not know that he had guessed the first part correctly and the second part incorrectly. To a certain extent, the Flowery Monk took the initiative to talk to him because of his intuition. Naturally, the Flowery Monk also felt that his intuition was wrong in the end, so he did not bother with him anymore. In the Flowery Monk's opinion, he was just a sexless cultivator who wanted to be in the limelight in the Rising Sky ranking battle. He wanted to make a name for himself through the Rising Sky ranking battle. A night was extremely short for the people present on the scene. As the sun began to rise, everyone opened their eyes. When the sun shrouded the land, the two hosts from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, joined forces to start the Nimble chess game again. The group of people present on the scene also entered the Nimble chess game without any warning. 10 huge chess pieces, 5 black and 5 white, were still suspended in the air. Duan Lingtian randomly picked a white chess piece and stood on it. He stood at the edge and quietly hugged the Jasper celestial sword as he stared at the vast field in the middle of the chess piece. Soon after, the 10 ring masters who were born yesterday appeared one after another. Following that, people went up to challenge them one by one. They were either defeated, won, killed, or killed. All in all, the scene was extremely grand and bloody. Soon after, the 10 ring masters changed a few times. In the end, it became 10 powerhouses who were at the peak of the pristine Saint stage. At this moment, there was an awkward silence for a while. "I'll do it." A young man with a sturdy body walked out from the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. Every step he took caused a gust of wind to blow. It was as though he was a gorilla that walked out of the forest. In front of this gorilla, the ring master who was challenged by him seemed extremely weak. "The people from the Rising Sky Mansion are going up. I know him. He's the grandson of the second elder of the Rising Sky Mansion. His name is Su Gang, and he's a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine Saint stage." It's said that ever since Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had broken through to the refined Saint stage, he's widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the refined Saint stage in the Rising Sky Mansion. Now that you mention it, I remember hearing about him as well. When Su Gang made his appearance, most of the people present on the scene shifted their attention to him. At the same time, many people began to whisper among themselves as they revealed his identity. The grandson of the second elder of the Rising Sky Mansion? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he looked at Su Gang. He was looking forward to seeing the strength of the grandson of the second elder of the Rising Sky Mansion. Su Gang must be quite strong since he's known as the strongest person below the refined Saint stage in the Rising Sky Mansion. At the same time, The ring masters on the other 9 chess pieces also appeared one by one. However, nobody continued to challenge them. Chapter 1673. As the strongest person below the refined saint stage in the Rising Sky Mansion, Su Gang's strength did not disappoint the crowd. Faced with an opponent who was also at the peak of the pristine saint stage, he only used 3 moves to kill his opponent before his opponent could even recognize him and became the new ring master. How powerful! When Su Gang killed his opponent, there was a burst of exclamations in the surroundings. In the past, although some of them had heard of Su Gang, he was not eye-catching because of Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. It was only when Su Jing had broken through to the refined saint stage that Su Gang's reputation began to spread. However, although his reputation had spread, it was just hearsay after all. Su Gang's attack today could be considered as helping him gain fame. Elder Sutsun, it seems like other than the young mansion master, there are quite a few outstanding geniuses in your Rising Sky Mansion. Renjong smiled as he looked at Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. When Sutsun saw Su Gang easily killing his opponent, a smile had already appeared on his face. When he heard Renjong's words, he nodded. Although the most outstanding person in our Rising Sky Mansion is young Mansion Master Su Jing, there are still many outstanding geniuses below him. Su Gang is just one of them. Based on his words, there was a hidden meaning. Apart from Su Jing and Su Gang, there were many other geniuses in the Rising Sky Mansion. I've heard about this before. I heard Elder Sutsun's grandson is also an outstanding genius. Among the middle-aged people in the Rising Sky Mansion, his reputation is only second to Su Jing. He should be here this time, right? Lu Hongguang asked as he looked at Su Cen. Sutsun laughed before he turned to look at the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion. His gaze landed on a black-robed young man with a cold expression. No one knew what Sutsun said through voice transmission, but the black-robed young man with a cold expression appeared next to Sutsun in just a blink of an eye. Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Lu, this is my good-for-nothing grandson, Su Can, Sutsun introduced. Although he said that Su Can was a disappointment, it could be seen from his expression that he was very satisfied with this grandson of his. Although Ranzhong and Lu Hongguang came with Sutsun, they did not have much interaction with each other since they only came to the Nimble Valley after meeting each other, let alone the group of Rising Sky Mansion's elders and disciples behind Su Cen. Greetings, seniors. Su Can nodded at Ranzhong and Lu Hongguang as a greeting. Please don't mind him. My grandson is a loner. Even when he meets the Lord Mansion Master of our Rising Sky Mansion, he's still like this. Even though Ranzhong and Lu Hongguang did not express their displeasure, Sutsun still explained. In his eyes, Ranzhong and Lu Hongguang were both existences that could not be offended. It doesn't matter. This is my true nature. Ranzhong expressed his understanding. Not bad. Lu Hongguang nodded in agreement. Of course, the conversation between the higher-ups of the 3 fourth-rate forces was also heard by the people present. For a time, the gazes that were originally on Su Gang shifted to the black-clad young man by Sutsun's side. This black-clad young man was called Su Can, and he was Sutsun's grandson. He is Su Can? Many people exclaimed softly. Su Can? Who's Su Can? This was the first time many people had heard of Su Can. Their faces and eyes were filled with confusion. It's normal that all of you haven't heard of Su Can compared to Su Gang. Su Can keeps a low profile in the Rising Sky Mansion. However, among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion, Su Can's innate talent is definitely higher than Su Gang's. In fact, he's not inferior to Su Jing at all. Someone sighed. He's even 5 years younger than Su Jing. If he's the same age as Su Jing, even if he can't surpass Su Jing, he's definitely not inferior to him. There's such a genius disciple in the Rising Sky Mansion? Many people exclaimed, My goodness, looks like I'm really ignorant. I've never heard of such a genius in the Rising Sky Mansion before, someone said. It's normal that it's normal. It's normal that you haven't heard of him before. I only found out about his existence 6 months ago. Unlike Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, who keeps a high profile, Su Can keeps a low profile. He usually stays in the Rising Sky Mansion to cultivate. In his world, apart from the martial Tao, there seems to be nothing else. I've heard about this as well. In the past 10 years, Sukin has rarely appeared in front of people. 10 years ago, his innate talent is not inferior to Su Jing's. In these 10 years, Su Jing has been enjoying himself, while Sukin has been in closed-door cultivation diligently. Even if Sukin's current strength is not comparable to Su Jing's, it's definitely not too far off. In another few decades, if Su Jing is still as unmotivated as before, he'll definitely be surpassed by Su Can. The people present on the scene discussed animatedly. Those who had heard of Su Can before even gave him a high evaluation. Su Can? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze followed the crowd's gaze and landed on Su Can, speaking of which, Su Can was quite similar to him. Naturally, he was only similar to his cold appearance after the disguise. At first glance, no matter if it was Su Can or Duan Lingtian, both of them were cold. Their bodies emitted a cold aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. They were like two icebergs. Since Su Can is stronger than Su Gang, and Su Gang is known as the strongest powerhouse below the refined saint stage in the Rising Sky Mansion, Su Can must be at the refined saint stage as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Su Gang stood in the middle of a huge black chess piece. When he saw everyone's attention had shifted to Su Can and Su Can had stolen his limelight, a wry smile appeared on his face. However, he was not displeased at all. He knew his own limits when facing Su Can. Su Can was even younger than him. 10 years ago, he was already not a match for Su Can. Now, he was even less of a match for him. Moreover, as far as he knew, Su Can had broken through to the refined saint stage not long after Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had broken through to the refined saint stage. If Su Gang was asked who he admired the most among his peers in the Rising Sky Mansion, it was undoubtedly Su Can. As for a good-for-nothing rich kid like Su Jing, he had never taken a liking to him. Due to this reason, he did not feel anything when Su Can stole his limelight. Instead, he felt it was normal. He merely smiled wryly for show. After Su Gang killed his opponent and became the ringmaster, the other ringmasters on the other 9 chess pieces began to face powerful opponents one after another. They were either defeated, defeated, or killed by their opponents. All in all, an entire morning had passed, and the ringmasters on the 9 chess pieces were replaced one after another. As time passed by, the number of challengers became fewer and fewer. In the afternoon, it went on for half an hour, but no one went up. Naturally, this did not mean the current 10 ringmasters would be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. This was because up until now, none of the people who went up were at the refined saint stage. The current 10 ringmasters could only represent the peak of the pristine saint stage among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansions district. In the Rising Sky Mansions district, although there were not many people below the age of 50 who were at the refined saint stage or above, there were still quite a number of them. Some of these people came from various forces, while some of them were sectless cultivators in the Rising Sky Mansions district. In comparison, there were more of the latter. Naturally, in comparison, the latter was not as famous. Now, it's time for the refined saint stage powerhouses to go up. Many people whispered among themselves as they watched the battle with anticipation in their eyes. Duan Lingtian hugged the Jasper celestial sword as he stood quietly at the corner of the white chess piece. Until now, he had no intention of making a move at all. The reason he did not make a move was not only because he felt there was no need to make a move for the time being, but he also felt it would be bullying if he made a move now. Although he was only at the intermediate pristine saint stage, the uniqueness of the Sun True Origin allowed his true origin to be on par with the refined saint stage martial or Dao cultivator. In fact, it was even stronger than an early refined saint stage martial or Dao cultivator. Coupled with his other trump cards, it would be considered bullying if he made a move now. Moreover, his purpose of coming here was to kill Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. He only planned to make a move after Su Jing made a move. He only needed to kill Su Jing in one move, and he would have achieved his purpose. Su Gang, I'll deal with you. As a loud voice resonated in the air, a person flew out from the group of people from the fifth-rate force, Pure Yang Shrine. It was a young man dressed in a Taoist robe. There was a hint of gloominess between his brows. His eyes gleamed coldly, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. This person seems like Viper. Soon after, someone could not help but whisper. Although he had lowered his voice, the people present on the scene had good hearing, so they heard his words clearly. For a moment, more and more people joined in the whispering. The moment this pure young shrine's disciple makes a move, he gives off an eerie feeling. Although he's alone, I can sense Viper's aura on him. Usually, people with such an aura aren't good people. This person is very dangerous. Moreover, he must be at the refined saint stage. Refined saint stage, less than 50 years old, and he's from the Pure Yang Shrine. In the Pure Yang Shrine, apart from Jing Suzi, there seem to be two other people who meet this condition. They're Yu Suzi and In Suzi. Jing Suzi is the strongest powerhouse among the middle-aged generation in the Pure Yang Shrine. Although Yu Suzi and In Suzi's innate talent and strength are not bad, they're inferior to Jing Suzi. However, there's not much of a difference between them. This person should be either Yu Shuzi or In Shuzi. I just don't know who he is. Although I've never seen Yu Suzi and In Suzi before, I think he must be In Suzi. The name In Suzi suits his disposition more. Chapter 1674. It's said that In Suzi is a Dao cultivator who cultivates the devil Dao. He belongs to the category of devil cultivators. Soon after, someone revealed another piece of shocking news. Devil cultivator. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at the Pure Yang Shrine's disciple who had just made his appearance. There were many devil cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, there were not many Dao cultivators among the devil cultivators. Dao cultivators were usually people who were filled with righteous energy. They usually claimed to be righteous, so it was rare for devil cultivators to appear among Dao cultivators. However, it was rare. The Dao Martial Saint Land was so big. Although it was rare for someone to be both a Dao cultivator and a devil cultivator, it was not impossible. However, in the Rising Sky Mansions district, especially among the middle-aged generation, In Suzi from the Pure Yang Shrine was the only one who was a Dao cultivator and a devil cultivator at the same time. You're In Suzi? A hint of dread flashed in Su Gang's eyes when he saw the young Taoist priest who walked out from the group of people from the Pure Yang Shrine. That's right. I mean Suzi. The young Taoist priest stood not far away from Su Gang, facing him as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Whoosh. Seeing that the young Taoist priest admitted that he was In Shuzi, there was an uproar again. Everyone, including the 9 ring masters who were standing in the middle of the other 9 chess pieces, looked at him one after another. He's really In Suzi. He's the only Dao cultivator among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansions district who cultivates the Devil Dao. It's said that Dao cultivators who cultivate the Devil Dao are even more terrifying than martial cultivators who cultivate the Devil Dao. Most of the people present on the scene stared at In Suzi intently. They were eager to see how In Suzi would make his move. A Dao cultivator who cultivates the Devil Dao? That's interesting. Duan Lingtian's interest was piqued as he looked at In Suzi. It had not been a day or two since he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, he knew it was good to be a Dao cultivator who cultivated the Devil Dao in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, In Suzi was the first Dao cultivator he had ever seen who cultivated the Devil Dao. Although he had seen many Devil cultivators in the past, all of them were martial cultivators. None of them were Dao cultivators. You're a Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, so I won't kill you. However, if you don't want to be hurt, it's best if you admit defeat. In Suzi. In Suzi said as he glanced at Su Gang indifferently. His tone was filled with disdain. As a devil cultivator, In Suzi would usually not show mercy unless he was attacking someone from the same sect, especially in a situation like this. However, since Su Gang was from the fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, he had no choice but to show mercy even if he did not want to unless he was not afraid of dragging the Pure Yang Shrine into this. Perhaps, the Rising Sky Mansion would not openly do anything to him due to the Rising Sky Ranking Battle's rule of life and death. However, after the Rising Sky Ranking Battle, the Rising Sky Mansion would definitely cause trouble for the Pure Yang Shrine. As a fifth-rate force, the Pure Yang Shrine was completely powerless in front of a fourth-rate force like the Rising Sky Mansion. There is no such thing as surrender in my dictionary. Hearing In Suzi's words, Su Gang was naturally able to detect the disdain in In Suzi's words. A pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator actually dared to shout in front of him. This also triggered In Suzi's ruthlessness as a devil cultivator. His eyes flashed coldly as his eyes turned red. In Suzi, be careful and show mercy. At this moment, Jing Suzi reminded In Suzi through voice transmission. At the same time, the other people from the Pure Yang Shrine also reminded him through voice transmission. They knew In Suzi's temper very well. Once he became ruthless, he would not care about anything else. At that time, let alone the fact that Su Gang was from a fourth-rate force, even a quasi-third-rate force might have already been thrown to the back of his mind. However, after the group of people from the Pure Yang Shrine reminded him through voice transmission, In Suzi regained his senses. The redness in his eyes faded a lot, but his gaze still gleamed coldly when he looked at Su Gang. You should feel lucky. If you're not a disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion, you'll definitely be a corpse soon. From In Suzi's words, he was implying that it would be extremely easy for him to kill Su Gang. Let's see if you're capable of killing me. Su Gang sneered. Although Su Gang was only a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine Saint Stage, his strength was comparable to an ordinary early refined Saint Stage martial or Dao cultivator in the Rising Sky Mansion. Although it would be difficult for him to defeat his opponent, he would not be defeated for a long time. Due to this reason, when In Suzi entered the arena, although he knew he would most likely be defeated, he had no intention of retreating or admitting defeat. He was a disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion. Even if he was going to be defeated, he would be defeated fair and square. He would fight with all his might until the end, so that he would not tarnish the Rising Sky Mansion's reputation. I'll let you know soon enough. In Suzi laughed eerily. His laughter sent chills down one's spine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as In Suzi's words left his mouth, a gust of chilly wind started to blow within a 100-meter radius around him. Within the chilly wind, one could even hear the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves, causing one's hair to stand on end. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, some skeletons could be vaguely seen in the territory that In Suzi consolidated. Black snakes with glowing green eyes could be seen crawling out of the skeletons. They looked extremely disgusting, causing fear to rise from the bottom of the hearts of many people present on the scene. Not only that, but there were also wisps of black mist surrounding the bodies of these snakes, emitting a terrifying aura. If it was any other time, they would not feel anything when they saw such a scene. However, under the influence of In Suzi's territory, fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. Naturally, these people who felt fear from the bottom of their hearts were those with weaker cultivation bases. You have a territory, and so do I. Break. When Su Gang saw that In Suzi had formed a domain with his true origin, he did not show any signs of weakness. In an instant, his true origin surged out from his body, and the space within a 100-meter radius started to tremble. His domain started to appear. However, before his territory was fully consolidated, In Suzi laughed eerily. You're just a pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator, and yet, you're thinking of consolidating your territory in front of me? How naive. As In Suzi shouted, the territory that was formed within a 100-meter radius of him began to tremble. Following that, the snakes with glowing green eyes that originated from the skeletons charged out like a storm. They landed on Su Gang's territory that was about to take shape, shattering it before it could even form. As Su Gang's territory shattered, In Suzi raised his hand and shook it. In an instant, the sleeves of his Taoist robe fluttered as if there was a gust of wind. As they spun, they whizzed out, forming a small tornado that was clearly visible, heading straight for Su Gang's face. The small tornado was surrounded by wisps of black mist. This black fog was the same as the black fog surrounding the snakes. It was the symbol of a demonic cultivator. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated in the air. Before Su Gang could even react, a gust of energy that made him feel despair had already struck him and sent him flying. Barf! Su Gang, who was sent flying, threw up a mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapsing as he struggled to stand in the air. However, based on his condition, it was obvious he could not continue to fight. I've lost. Su Gang took a deep breath before he regained his senses. When he looked at In Suzi, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. At this moment, he realized the strength of the early refined Saint Stage Martial and Dao cultivators in the cleansing Void Mansion was no match for In Suzi at all. He could still deal with the former, but he could not deal with the latter at all. The moment In Suzi made his move, he was easily defeated. He won so quickly. The scene in front of them made the onlookers dumbfounded. Although they did not think there was any suspense in this battle since it was a battle between a refined Saint Stage and a pristine Saint Stage, they did not expect the battle to end so quickly. However, it did not cross their minds that the battle would end so quickly. No matter what, Su Gang was the strongest person below the refined Saint Stage in the Rising Sky Mansion. Even if he was not a match for an ordinary early refined Saint Stage martial cultivator, he would still be able to hold on for a while. Chapter 1675. Pure Yang Shrine's In Suzi entered the ring and heavily injured and defeated Su Gang, the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, in just one move. Su Gang was different from an ordinary pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator. In the Rising Sky Mansion's district, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the refined Saint Stage. In the Rising Sky Mansion's district, even those famous martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the pristine Saint Stage did not dare to say they could defeat Su Gang. However, such a person was defeated in just a blink of an eye by In Suzi, who seemed to be at the early refined Saint Stage. At this moment, the other 9 ring masters had a grave expression on their faces. Their eyes were filled with helplessness at the same time. They knew very well that among the participants of the Rising Sky ranking battle this time, there were no less than 20 people at the refined Saint Stage who were below the age of 50 who were participating in it. Apart from the outstanding disciples from the Rising Sky Mansion and the other 3 fifth-rate forces, there were also many genius sectless cultivators from everywhere. These sectless cultivators did not care about fame and fortune since it was just a fleeting moment. They would soon forget about it. However, the Rising Sky ranking battle was different. Once one was listed in the Rising Sky ranking battle, one was destined to be famous for eternity in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were only a handful of people whose cultivation base had broken through the shackles of lifespan and lived as long as heaven and earth. Although most of them were able to live longer, they would eventually turn into a pile of dirt. Due to this reason, most of the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land hoped to leave something behind in this world before they died. In that case, they would not have lived in vain. Due to this reason, in the Rising Sky ranking battle that was held once every 50 years in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, there would always be many genius sectless cultivators who had never been heard of before. Naturally, although these sectless cultivators were outstanding, they were still slightly weaker compared to those from the major forces. Perhaps, their innate talent was not inferior to the former, but the resources they enjoyed could not be compared to the former. Due to this reason, it was normal for them to be inferior to the former. In Suzi is so strong. Everyone's eyes landed on In Suzi in unison. Shock could be seen on their faces. In the past, although they knew there were 3 great prodigies in Pure Yang Shrine, Jing Suzi's existence had completely overshadowed the other 2 prodigies. Therefore, not many people paid attention to the other 2 prodigies. At that moment, one of the 2 individuals, In Suzi, had proven his strength to the crowd. Although I've long heard of the 3 prodigies of Pure Yang in the past, I thought that the other 2 had only benefited from Jing Suzi. Now, it seems like Jing Suzi aside, they're worthy of the title as well. Someone could not help but sigh. His words also received the approval of many people. Among the Pure Yang 3 prodigies, apart from Jing Suzi and In Suzi, there's also Yu Suzi. There's no doubt about Jing Suzi's strength. In Suzi had also displayed his strength just now. To be able to stand on the same level as them, Yu Suzi's strength is definitely not weak. More and more people said this. Instantly, many people's gazes fell on the group of people from the Pure Yang Shrine. When a few people's gazes landed on one of the young Taoist priests, the rest of them also shifted their gazes to him. He's Yu Suzi? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was also looking at Yu Suzi. Yu Suzi was a Taoist priest with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was not eye-catching at all when he stood among the group of people from the Pure Yang Shrine. If one did not know him, perhaps one would think he was a young Taoist priest who had followed the group of people from the Pure Yang Shrine to join in the fun. It would not cross one's mind that he was one of the 3 prodigies of Pure Yang Shrine. This Yu Su Zi is not simple as well. Although Duan Lingtian had his own way of judging people, all he could see from Yu Su Zi was an introvert. It was precisely because of this that he felt Yu Su Zi was unfathomable. Very good. At this moment, Ren Zhong spoke up. Even I've long heard of the 3 prodigies of Pure Yang. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's indeed true. Currently, there's already a refined saint stage powerhouse among the 10 great ring masters. This also means that the Rising Sky ranking battle has entered its climax and is nearing its end. I'm looking forward to everyone's performance. It was obvious Ren Zhong's words were directed at the group of refined saint stage powerhouses who had yet to make their moves in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Perhaps Ren Zhong's words were effective, or perhaps they were influenced by Yin Suzi's strength. Another person stepped out and arrived in front of one of the ring masters at the peak of the pristine saint stage in just a blink of an eye. Just as he steadied himself, a vast amount of true yuan gushed out from his body. The aura of the true origin spread out, causing the expression of the ring master at the peak of the pristine saint stage to change. Refined saint stage powerhouse. The biggest difference between a refined saint stage powerhouse and a pristine saint stage powerhouse was the true origin. The true origin of both of them was not on the same level at all. The aura of the true origin of both stages was different as well. Due to this reason, the ring master at the peak of the pristine saint stage could tell the person who challenged him was a refined saint stage powerhouse just by sensing the true origin's aura. Who's he? I've never seen him before. He should be a sectless cultivator. It's said that the Rising Sky ranking battle can produce a group of outstanding sectless cultivators. Looks like it's true. Refined saint stage. There's no suspense in this battle. The spectators shifted their gaze to the refined saint stage sectless cultivator. They felt there was no suspense in this battle at all. As it turned out, their judgment was right. Although the ringmaster at the peak of the pristine saint stage was quite strong, he was still slightly weaker compared to Su Gang. He was defeated in just one blow by an early refined saint stage sectless cultivator. It was fortunate the other party had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have died. Although the Rising Sky ranking battle did not care about life and death, under the circumstances where there was a huge difference in strength, unless there was some enmity between them or the powerhouse was naturally ruthless, the stronger party would usually not kill the weaker party. Thank you for showing mercy. The former ringmaster at the peak of the pristine saint stage, who was lucky enough to survive, expressed his gratitude to the current ringmaster who was also an early refined saint stage sectless cultivator. The latter nodded nonchalantly. The former was not angry at all. With the other party's strength, he could have completely ignored him. He had already shown him enough respect by responding to him. Subsequently, another 8 refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators entered the ring and occupied the remaining 8 ring masters. At this moment, the 10 ring masters were all refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators. Naturally, they were all early refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators. Among the 10 ring masters, there were outstanding disciples from fifth-rate forces like Yin Su Zi. However, there were also many sectless cultivators. Half of the 10 early refined saint stage ringmasters are sectless cultivators. I can't believe there are so many outstanding sectless cultivators hidden in our Rising Sky Mansions district. If they were nurtured by a powerful force, their current achievements would have been even greater. Many people sighed emotionally. Humph. It's easy for you to say. Do you think everyone is willing to be a sectless cultivator? It's good to be a powerful force, but if you don't have a suitable backer, you won't be able to obtain anything. Which powerful force isn't controlled by those high-ranking officials? Some sectless cultivators said disdainfully. The words of these sectless cultivators made many of them fall silent. That was right. Although one could join a force like the Rising Sky Mansion, Pure Yang Shrine, and Brahma Temple as long as one had sufficient innate talent, one would still need a backer to obtain resources. Otherwise, one would be neglected or sacrificed in the open and covert fights. Otherwise, Why would there be so many sectless cultivators in the Tao Martial Saint land? Naturally, it was undeniable that some people became sectless cultivators because they wanted to be independent. However, there were more people who chose to become sectless cultivators because they were afraid of the deceit and the powerful forces. I can't believe there are so many refined Saint Stage powerhouses below the age of 50 in the Rising Sky Mansions district. Duan Lingtian stood at the side with the Jasper celestial sword in his arms as he sighed emotionally. Huh. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed another gaze on him. This time, the owner of the gaze was none other than the flowery monk from Brahma Temple. However, although Duan Lingtian noticed his gaze, he did not look at him at all. From the beginning until the end, he's actually so calm. Don't tell me he's really a powerful sectless cultivator? Or perhaps he's just here to join in the fun, and the reason he's so calm is because he's deliberately mystifying himself? The flowery monk thought to himself as he stared at Duan Lingtian intently. Initially, when he saw Duan Lingtian came alone, and he could not see through Duan Lingtian, he instinctively felt Duan Lingtian was not as simple as he seemed. However, he felt he was overthinking things. However, earlier, Duan Lingtian's calmness in the face of the 10 refined Saint Stage powerhouses crushing the 10 ring masters one after another made him realize Duan Lingtian might really not be as simple as he seemed. Naturally, he could also be deliberately mystifying himself. All in all, he felt he could not see through Duan Lingtian anymore. The 10 refined Saint Stage sectless cultivators were the ring masters. Each of them stood in the middle of a huge chess piece. They were high-spirited like undefeatable gods of war as they looked around arrogantly. Swoosh! All of a sudden, the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air. It was none other than a person who swiftly flew out from the group of people from Brahma Temple. It was a young monk with a face full of stubble. He had a pair of tiger-like eyebrows that gave off an awe-inspiring aura. His medium build gave off a valiant feeling. In Brahma Temple, there are only 2 refined Saint Stage powerhouses below the age of 50. One of them is the well-known flowery monk. Don't tell me this is the wine and meat monk from Brahma Temple, the flowery monk's senior brother? When the young monk with a face full of stubble came out, someone could not help but exclaim softly, "The wine and meat monk." Upon hearing his words, many people's eyes lit up immediately. The wine and meat monk? I've heard of him before. He's the flowery monk's senior brother. Before the flowery monk rose to prominence, he was the most outstanding genius martial cultivator among the middle-aged generation in Brahma Temple. He was only ranked second when the flowery monk appeared. Chapter 1676. Although he's currently ranked second and his strength is lower than the flowery monk, the difference between them shouldn't be too big. This wine meat monk is definitely not simple. Most of the people agreed with this statement. Flowery monk. Wine meat monk. This Brahma temple is quite interesting. This wine meat monk must be a glutton for wine and meat. That's how he got his name. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. In the Brahma temple, the flowery monk did not abstain from sex, and the wine meat monk did not abstain from meat. This was an open secret. The wine meat monk chose an early refined Saint Stage sectless cultivator as his opponent. Under the circumstances where both of their territories were consolidated, the wine meat monk defeated his opponent in just 3 moves. Intermediate refined Saint Stage. When the wine and meat monk unleashed his final move, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, who were high up in the sky, could not help but be startled. They did not expect that the Brahma temple would have such a genius martial cultivator other than the famous flowery monk. Based on the true origin that burst out from the wine meat monk's final move, they could tell he was an intermediate refined Saint Stage martial cultivator. Due to this reason, they were so shocked. Although they could see the wine meat monk's cultivation base was still unstable, it was apparent he had just broken through to the intermediate refined Saint Stage not long ago. Even so, they were still shocked. The Brahma temple, a mere 5th-rate force, actually had such outstanding disciples like the flowery monk and the wine meat monk. In terms of nurturing the younger generation, the Brahma temple was not inferior to the 2 great 4th-rate forces behind them. This made them feel pressured. This was because the rise of a force was usually due to the powerhouses born in that force. Just like their respective forces, they were not fourth-rate forces a long time ago. They had climbed up step by step. Naturally, if there were those who climbed up, there were also those who fell down. There were many forces that were fourth-rate or quasi-third-rate forces many years ago. However, they were only fifth-rate or sixth-rate forces now. All of this was due to the decline of each generation. The decline of each generation was due to the importance of sections. They were reluctant to hand over some of the important cultivation resources to outsiders. This was also one of the reasons there were so many genius, sectless cultivators wandering outside. Perhaps, the Brahma Temple was currently inferior to the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion, but what about after a few hundred years? When the Flowery Monk and the Wine and Meat Monk had fully matured, they might be able to lead the Brahma Temple to the next level and become a fourth-rate force. In fact, the Flowery Monk and Monk Jiro weren't the only ones feeling pressure. The person who felt the most pressure was Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. Sutsun looked at Monk Jiro with killing intent. It wasn't obvious, but it was there. Indeed, after seeing Monk Jiro's strength, his heart was filled with killing intent. It was still fine for the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion since they were fourth-rate forces that were on par with the Rising Sky Mansion after all. However, the Rising Sky Mansion was different. The Rising Sky Mansion was the only fourth-rate force in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. If the Brahma Temple rose to power, it would mean the Rising Sky Mansion would be in danger as well. As the saying went, a mountain cannot have two tigers. It would appear that after I return, I should suggest to Lord Mansion Master to dispatch people to kill the Flowery Monk and the Wine-Meat Monk of the Brahma Temple. Sutsun thought to himself. In the history of the Rising Sky Mansion, such things were not rare. Many genius martial cultivators and Dao cultivators who rose to power in the Rising Sky Mansion's district had died an unnatural death because they were not from the Rising Sky Mansion. Up until now, the cause of death was still unknown. Although some people suspected the Rising Sky Mansion was the culprit, nobody had any evidence. Moreover, the Rising Sky Mansion was a fourth-rate force, so they could only let it go in the end. However, Sutsun did not notice that when the killing intent flashed in his eyes, the abbot of the Brahma Temple was also looking at him. It seems like my previous decision was right. After the Rising Sky ranking battle ends, I'll let the Flowery Monk and the Wine-Meat Monk leave the Brahma Temple and the Rising Sky Mansion's district to cultivate. When they return in the future, they'll lead the Brahma Temple to glory and the peak. This was the decision the abbot of the Brahma Temple had made since a long time ago. The reason he did this was to protect the Flowery Monk and the Wine-Meat Monk. Secondly, it was for the future of the Brahma Temple. In the history of the Rising Sky Mansion's district, among the genius martial cultivators who died an unnatural death, there were also disciples from the Brahma Temple. The senior brother of the Brahma Temple's abbot had a much higher innate talent than him back then. He was not inferior to the number one genius among the younger generation in the Rising Sky Mansion. The number one genius among the younger generation in the Rising Sky Mansion had already become the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. He was also widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. He believed if his senior brother did not die an unnatural death, his current strength would definitely not be inferior to the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. Moreover, if his senior brother was still alive, the current Brahma Temple would most likely not be a fifth-rate force anymore. With such a lesson in mind, how could he let the two most outstanding people in the Brahma Temple suffer the same fate? He had long thought of a countermeasure that would render the Rising Sky Mansion helpless. Intermediate Refined Saint Stage. At this moment, the group of onlookers had also learned about the Wine-Meat Monk's cultivation base from many powerful sectless cultivators who came to watch the show. All of them were shocked. The Wine-Meat Monk has already broken through to the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage. The Wine-Meat Monk has already broken through to the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage. Doesn't that mean the Flowery Monk has already broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint Stage? Many people were shocked. The Flowery Monk instantly became the center of attention. Even the Brahma Temple had become the center of attention. Swoosh! At this moment, another ear-piercing sound of wind whistling resonated in the air, causing everyone's attention to shift from the Flowery Monk to him. This person was none other than Pure Yang Shrine's Yu Suzi. Yu Suzi had also entered the arena. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. Even Duan Lingtian was looking forward to Yu Suzi's performance. One of the three prodigies of the Pure Yang Shrine. Indeed, I'm looking forward to it. Among the three prodigies of the Pure Yang Shrine, there's no doubt about Jing Suzi's strength. In Suzi's strength has also been proven earlier. He's definitely one of the best among early refined Saint Stage powerhouses. Coupled with the fact that he's a devil cultivator among Dao cultivators, he might even be able to fight an ordinary intermediate refined Saint Stage powerhouse. Someone said with anticipation, I wonder how strong Yu Suzi is as one of the three prodigies of the Pure Yang Shrine. Yu Suzi, who had become the center of attention, picked an early refined Saint Stage Seckless cultivator as his opponent in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he defeated his opponent with just one move. Boom. The strength he displayed also shocked everyone present on the scene. Another intermediate refined Saint Stage powerhouse. As the hosts, Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang's eyes widened in unison. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They were already shocked that the Brahma Temple had two genius martial cultivators at the intermediate refined Saint Stage below the age of 50. However, the Pure Yang Shrine actually had two Dao cultivators at the intermediate refined Saint Stage or above. Apart from that, the Pure Yang Shrine had In Suzi as well. Although In Suzi's strength was still at the early refined Saint Stage, the strength he displayed was almost invincible among those at the early refined Saint Stage. Soon after, Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang seemed to have recalled something as they looked at Sutsun, who was standing nearby in unison. They believed Sutsun was even more shocked than them. He was the one who did not want to see this happen the most. After all, whether it was the Brahma Temple or the Pure Yang Shrine, both of them were forces in the Rising Sky Mansions district. The Debussy subterranean was only so big. Whether it was the Brahma Temple or the Pure Yang Shrine, if they wanted to become a new fourth-rate force and occupy a vast area, the best choice was to step on the nearest fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion. As for the other fourth-rate forces, they were usually not the best choice. After all, even a powerful dragon could not defeat a local snake. Die. All of them must die. If someone approached Sutsun, they would see the muscles on his face were trembling. It was obvious he was furious. It was not a good thing for the Rising Sky Mansion that the junior disciples from the Brahma Temple and the Pure Yang Shrine were so outstanding. Hermph. In the distance, the sect master of the Pure Yang Shrine had also noticed Sutsun's cold gaze when he looked at Yu Suzi. He snorted inwardly. Rising Sky Mansion, I won't give you the chance to destroy the future of my Pure Yang Shrine. It was apparent the sect master of the Pure Yang Shrine had already come up with a plan to protect the outstanding disciples in his sect. The Brahma Temple and the Pure Yang Shrine. How shocking! Although they're both fifth-rate forces, the Green Wave Han Mansion still has a long way to go compared to them in terms of the quality of their junior disciples. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As far as he knew, Han Xuanai was the most outstanding among the younger generation in the Green Wave Han Mansion. There seemed to be no refined Saint Stage powerhouses below the age of 50. Naturally, he believed with Xuanai's innate talent, she would definitely be stronger than Yu Suzi and the Wine Meat Monk before the age of 50. In fact, she might even be stronger than Jing Suzi and the Flowery Monk. As time passed by, refined Saint Stage powerhouses entered the ring one after another. During this period of time, there were also a few refined Saint Stage powerhouses who died. All of the refined Saint Stage powerhouses who died were sectless cultivators without exception. Everyone present on the scene knew the reason for this. It was because sectless cultivators did not have any backing, so they did not have to worry about being retaliated against. Due to the fact that some of the refined Saint Stage powerhouses who entered the ring at the end were evenly matched, they spent quite some time fighting each other. For this reason, there were still many people who did not enter the ring when night fell. The Flowery Monk, Jing Suzi, Zhonggu, Su Kan, and Duan Lingtian did not enter the ring. Naturally, nobody noticed Duan Lingtian at all. Almost everyone thought he was just a sectless cultivator who came to watch the show and had no intention of participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, At the end of the day, among the 10 ring masters, 2 of them were Rising Sky Mansion's disciples. They were both early refined Saint Stage martial cultivators. Chapter 1677. It was a silent night. The next day, when the sun was about to rise, everyone in the Nimble Valley opened their eyes. They knew the most crucial moment of the Rising Sky ranking battle had finally arrived. The 10 people who would be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking would be decided today. The 10 people who will be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking will be decided today. If Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, doesn't show up today, he'll be disqualified from being ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. Until now, many people still could not forget about Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Perhaps, Su Jing was not the most outstanding person among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, but he was undoubtedly the one with the highest status among the middle-aged generation. This was because his father was the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and he was known as the most powerful person in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Unless he doesn't want to be the next mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, he'll definitely show up, someone said. Yes, we'll see whether he'll show up or not today. Some people began to look forward to it. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, you must show up. Otherwise, I'll have come for nothing. Duan Lingtian, who was hugging the Jasper celestial sword, muttered to himself in a corner. His voice was so soft that nobody could hear him. As Ranzhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, made their moves, the majestic nimble chess game appeared before everyone's eyes once again. Similar to the day before yesterday, everyone was placed in the unpredictable illusory formation with 10 huge chess pieces hovering in front of them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Along with the sound of wind blowing, most of the people landed on the 10 chess pieces and stood at the edge of the chess pieces, leaving an empty space in the middle. At the same time, the 10 ring masters who stood at the end yesterday entered the middle of the 10 chess pieces one after another, waiting for the others to challenge them. To them, today was undoubtedly the most critical day. It would determine whether they would be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking or not. Only those who stood at the end today would be qualified to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. Among the 10 people, 3 of them were the calmest. These 3 people were none other than the wine-meat monk, Yu Suzi and In Suzi. The 2 people in front of them were at the intermediate refined saint stage, so they were destined to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking. Although In Suzi was only at the early refined saint stage, with his strength, it was not difficult for him to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking today. Among the other 7 people, the 2 early refined saint stage martial cultivators from the Rising Sky Mansion had the most solemn and anxious expression. Among the current 10 ring masters, their strength could only be considered as the weakest. If someone were to issue a challenge, they would definitely be chosen first. If there's no accident, we'll be able to determine the 10 names in the Rising Sky ranking today. Tomorrow will be the real Rising Sky ranking battle, and we'll determine the exact ranking based on our strength. Ranzhong's voice rang out. The rules are clear, so I won't waste any more time. Let's begin. Ranzhong said indifferently. As soon as Ranzhong's voice fell, a person flew out like lightning. This person came from behind Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. He was dressed in black and had a cold expression on his face. He was none other than Sutsun's grandson, Sukan. Sukan? The moment Sukan appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. In the Rising Sky Mansion, if there was anyone who could be compared to Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, it would be Sukan. Moreover, it had been a long time since Sukan appeared in front of others. Nobody knew how strong he was currently. However, one thing was certain was Sukan was younger than Su Jing. Moreover, he was already on par with Su Jing many years ago. Due to this reason, even if he was still not on par with Su Jing, he was definitely on par with him. Moreover, it was obvious the 2 early refined saint stage martial cultivators from the Rising Sky Mansion were scouting for him. His strength was definitely higher than the 2 of them. After Sukan appeared, he did not choose the 2 early refined saint stage martial cultivators from the Rising Sky Mansion. Instead, he chose an early refined saint stage seckless cultivator. It was obvious this Seckless cultivator was much stronger than the two Rising Sky Mansion's disciples. However, in front of Su Kan, he was killed in just one blow. With just a raise of his hand, his true origin surged out and killed his opponent in just one blow. This was Su Kan, Intermediate Refined Saint Stage. After witnessing Su Kan's strength, Run Zhong and Lu Hongguang were slightly taken aback. They could see Su Kan's Intermediate Refined Saint Stage cultivation base was different from Yu Suzi and the Wine-Meat Monk. The Wine-Meat Monk's Intermediate Refined Saint Stage cultivation base was the most unstable. It was obvious he had just broken through not too long ago. Although Yu Suzi was slightly better, he was not much better. However, Su Kan's Intermediate Refined Saint Stage cultivation base had long stabilized. This meant he had broken through to the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage for a long time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to control the true origin of an Intermediate Refined Saint Stage powerhouse like it was his own arm. Elder Sutsun, I've heard about your grandson's innate talent, but I didn't expect him to be so outstanding. I'm afraid even the young mansion master of your Rising Sky Mansion can't compare to him, right? Your grandson has really hidden his strength well. Renzhong sighed as he looked at Sutsun with a complicated gaze. That's right. In the past, although I've heard about Elder Sutsun's grandson, rumor has it that he's even stronger than the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion. However, based on what I've seen today, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion is no match for your grandson in terms of innate talent, Elder Sutsun. Lu Hongguang chimed in. When Sutsun saw Renzhong and Lu Hongguang looking at him with a hint of envy in their eyes, he felt as if he was floating. Everyone liked to hear praises. Moreover, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang were praising his grandson. This made him even happier than praising him. I can't believe Su Kan has already broken through to the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage. At the same time, the group of Rising Sky Mansion's elders and disciples behind Sutsun were shocked. They whispered among themselves, revealing that even they did not know Su Kan had already become an Intermediate Refined Saint Stage martial cultivator. Based on the true origin Su Kan displayed earlier, it seems like he has already broken through to the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage for quite some time now. Some of the Rising Sky Mansion's elders who had sharp eyes added. The group of Rising Sky Mansion's disciples was even more shocked. Then, doesn't this mean Su Kan has broken through to the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage earlier than the young mansion master? Although the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples were not certain if their young mansion master had broken through to the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage, they believed in the Rising Sky Mansion behind them. They knew with the help of the Rising Sky Mansion's cultivation resources, it would be difficult for their young mansion master to not have a breakthrough. Even if the young mansion master has broken through, he might not be a match for Su Kan, that's right. After all, Su Kan has already broken through. Chapter 1678. Based on the words of the people from the Rising Sky Mansion, it was obvious they thought Su Kan was stronger than Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. No matter what, the strength Su Kan had displayed had shocked everyone present on the scene. The Rising Sky Mansion is the Rising Sky Mansion after all. Su Kan's innate talent and strength are even stronger than Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Most importantly, he's still young. In terms of innate talent, even the flowery monk in Jing Suzi might not be a match for him. Soon after, someone could not help but sigh. The Rising Sky Mansion is a fourth-rate force after all. It's normal for them to have such an outstanding young genius. Many people chimed in. Su Kan's attack was as though he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. To a certain extent, he had proven the Rising Sky Mansion's reputation. At this moment, the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion, including Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, felt elated. Sutsun, in particular, looked at Su Kan with pride in his eyes. This was his grandson, his biological grandson. He was proud of him. Su Kan was the first to enter the ring. It could be considered as a good start to the Rising Sky ranking battle. After killing the early refined Saint Stage Seckless cultivator in just one blow, Su Kan stood quietly in the middle of the chess piece and began to meditate with his eyes closed. He completely ignored the gazes from the surroundings as though he did not notice them at all. Up until now, he was the only one among the 10 ring masters who was meditating with his eyes closed. It was as though he did not care if anyone challenged him. It's rare to see someone so calm. Rinzhong and Lu Hongguang looked at each other and saw the same thing in each other's eyes. They had seen many geniuses before. However, most of the geniuses they saw were proud and arrogant people who considered everything beneath them. Especially in a situation like this, they were even more arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Su Kan, on the other hand, gave them a different feeling. Su Kan was neither arrogant nor impatient. He ignored the praises from the surroundings. Even when those people said his innate talent and strength were stronger than Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, he did not seem to care at all. This Su Kan, what a tenacious heart of martial arts. A hint of surprise could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He could see a martial Dao heart that was almost flawless in Su Kan. If such a person is given enough time, he'll definitely soar to the top. I'm afraid even the Rising Sky Mansion won't be able to tolerate him. Although Duan Lingtian did not know Su Kan before this, it did not affect his admiration for Su Kan. In Su Kan's body, he saw the purity that a martial artist should have. It was a purity that only had martial arts in his heart and eyes. No matter how the wind blew on the grass, he would remain unmoved, and his heart would only focus on martial arts. Elder Sutsun, you have a good grandson? Rinzhong looked at Sutsun enviously. Vice Mansion Master Ren, I heard that your grandson's innate talent is not bad as well. He's one of the best among the younger generation in the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Sutsun smiled humbly. Although that is the case, he is far inferior to your grandson. Rinzhong smiled bitterly. Everyone's attention that was focused on Su Kan gradually shifted away. After staring at a blockhead like Su Kan for a long time, they would start to feel bored. I wonder who's going to fight next. Everyone's eyes began to scan the surroundings. Naturally, most of them were paying attention to 3 people. These 3 people were none other than the flowery monk, Jing Suzi, and Zhonggu. Time continued to pass by quietly. Half an hour had passed just like that, but still, nobody was going to fight. This caused the people present on the scene to feel a little impatient. Why aren't they fighting yet? Finally, just when many people were feeling impatient, someone made a move. An ordinary-looking young man dressed in plain clothes stepped out in the air. He carried a broad saber on his back. The broad saber did not have a scabbard. It was only wrapped in layers of plain cloth, making him seem low-key. However, although this plain-clothed young man kept a low profile, he still became the center of attention when he stepped out. He was destined to be the center of attention when he stepped out at this moment. This plain-clothed young man was none other than Zhonggu. Zhonggu finally decided to fight. Zhonggu, I wonder how he'll pick his opponent. Many people stared at Zhonggu intently. He definitely won't challenge those seckless cultivators. After all, he's a seckless cultivator, and seckless cultivators are very united. Someone said, I think he'll challenge one of the 2 people from the Rising Sky Mansion. As it turned out, the person who said this was right. After Zhonggu appeared, he indeed picked an early refined Saint Stage martial cultivator from the Rising Sky Mansion as his opponent. When the early refined Saint Stage martial cultivator was chosen by Zhonggu, his face turned pale immediately. Who was Zhonggu? He was someone who could suppress the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion with the same cultivation base. He knew he would be crushed if he encountered the young mansion master who was also at the early refined Saint Stage, let alone Zhonggu. However, even if he was afraid, he knew he had to stand up straight. He was not representing himself, but he was also representing the Rising Sky Mansion. If he admitted defeat hastily, it would be an embarrassment to the Rising Sky Mansion. Moreover, he knew very well that as a disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion, he was not worried Zhonggu would kill him. Perhaps Zhonggu would kill him because the powerhouses from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion were present. It was not convenient for the Rising Sky Mansion to seek revenge now. However, they would have thousands of excuses to seek revenge from Zhonggu in the future. Due to this reason, he was not worried at all. However, it did not cross his mind that Zhonggu did not intend to spare his life at all. As a seckless cultivator, Zhonggu had a sense of closeness to other seckless cultivators whom he did not know. In his heart, They were the same kind of people. When he saw sectless cultivators dying in the hands of people from various major forces, endless rage rose in his heart. He tried his best to suppress it, but it was extremely difficult. However, when he faced the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, he could no longer suppress his anger. Swoosh! Zhonggu did not consolidate his territory. He merely raised his hand and formed a saber before slashing it at the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. His true origin instantly surged and transformed into a gigantic saber ray that shot toward the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. Based on the true origin that was rolling on the saber ray, one could tell it had already surpassed the early refined saint stage. In other words, Zhonggu was already an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. Stop! When Sutsun saw Zhonggu's intermediate refined saint stage cultivation base, his expression turned grave immediately. When he saw Zhonggu was trying to kill his Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, he finally could not hold it in any longer and shouted. At the same time, he instinctively wanted to save his disciple. However, before he could make a move, he was stopped by Lu Hongguang. At the same time, the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple did not even have time to react before he was slashed into two by Zhonggu's saber. From the beginning until the end, let alone using his territory, he did not even cast a single move. Crushed. Absolutely crushed. At this moment, the entire place fell silent. After a while, the sound of heavy breathing could be heard from the Rising Sky Mansion's people. The Rising Sky Mansion's people, including Sutsun, had a grave expression on their faces. Although life and death were not allowed in the Rising Sky ranking battle, they were not worried about their own safety at all. This was because they had the Rising Sky Mansion behind them. It was the most powerful force in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, a fourth-rate force. How would ordinary people dare to openly offend the Rising Sky Mansion? However, someone had just killed their Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. This was no different from giving the Rising Sky Mansion a resounding slap to their face. They were instantly enraged, completely enraged. However, although they were enraged, they knew there was nothing they could do. At the very least, they could not do anything in this situation. Even if they wanted to seek revenge, they would have to wait until the Rising Sky ranking battle ended. Great! Soon after, the group of sectless cultivators who were watching by the side also regained their senses. They cheered in unison, feeling proud of Zhonggu. Earlier, when they saw the sectless cultivators being killed one by one, they felt extremely depressed. As sectless cultivators, they did not dare to kill people from major forces. However, the people from major forces treated their lives like weeds. However, now that Zhonggu had made his move and killed the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, the depression in their hearts was gone. Zhonggu! Zhonggu! Some of the sectless cultivators even called out Zhonggu's name excitedly to express their joy. At this moment, they no longer cared if their actions would offend the Rising Sky Mansion or not. Zhonggu had even killed the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple to avenge the sectless cultivators. If they were still afraid, it would be too unkind of them. When the people from the various forces saw how valiant Zhonggu was, to the point that he even dared to kill the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, they were all shocked. They only regained their senses when the group of sectless cultivators shouted excitedly. This Zhonggu is quite a man. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhonggu with admiration. He admired this person who dared to stand up for the sectless cultivators who were killed earlier. Currently, Zhonggu's expression was the same as before. There was no change in his emotions at all. It was obvious he did not take the matter of killing the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple to heart. Earlier, Zhonggu killed the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple and this Rising Sky Mansion's disciple without batting an eyelid when they killed the sectless cultivators. Duan Lingtian, who originally planned to wait for Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, to appear, felt the blood in his body boiling due to Zhonggu's influence. Right now, I'm also a sectless cultivator. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he flew out. Immediately, the gazes of many people landed on him. Who's this person? I've never seen him before. He's always standing alone at the side. He's as unsociable as Zhonggu. I think he's also a sectless cultivator. Such an unsociable and cold person must be a sectless cultivator. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had changed his appearance completely. His face was cold and aloof. Li Feng? Chapter 1679. To be honest, up until now, the flowery monk still could not see through Li Feng. From the very beginning, his intuition told him that this Li Feng was not simple. However, after a while, he felt he was overthinking. Although there were many sexless cultivators in the Rising Sky Mansions district, even if their innate talent was on par with or even better than his, without the resources from a major force, how far could they go? Take Zhonggu, for example. In terms of innate talent, let alone Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, even the flowery monk and Jing Suzi from Pure Yang Shrine might not be a match for him. This was because Zhonggu did not have the resources from a major force. Not only was he inferior to Jing Suzi and him, but he was also inferior to Su Jing as well. However, based on the strength Zhonggu displayed, he was not certain Zhonggu was inferior to Su Jing. Based on Zhonggu's current strength, it did not seem like he had just broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage. In terms of strength, even his senior brother, the wine meat monk, and Pure Yang Shrine's Yu Suzi might not be a match for him. However, even then, Zhonggu was still inferior to him and Jing Suzi. He was certain of this. However, based on the aura of this cold-looking young man called Li Feng, he was most likely not even 40 years old yet. Even if a sexless cultivator who was not even 40 years old had some fortuitous encounters and innate talent, how far could he go without the resources from a major force? He's challenging another Rising Sky Mansion's disciple? Don't tell me he wants to learn from Zhonggu and stand up for those sexless cultivators? The flowery monk thought to himself when he saw Duan Lingtian was looking at another early refined saint stage, Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. This is an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. Even if he has just broken through, I don't think a young man who's not even 40 years old can handle him, right? Subconsciously, the flowery monk did not think Duan Lingtian was stronger than the opponent he had chosen. However, when he saw the calm expression on Duan Lingtian's cold face, doubt arose in his heart. Is this young man who's not even over 40 years old really confident, or is he just deliberately mystifying? However, the flowery monk did not know that in terms of actual age, Duan Lingtian was already in his early 40s. However, due to the mysteries of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, the time Duan Lingtian spent inside was almost static compared to the time outside. Therefore, in the eyes of others, he was no more than 40 years old. If the flowery monk could notice this, the others would naturally be able to as well. After all, among the people present, there were more than one or two people who were stronger than the flowery monk. This young man is not more than 40 years old? Rinzhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, immediately regained his senses. His eyes widened as a horrified expression appeared on his face. He's also a loose cultivator? The second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, Lu Hongguang, turned pale with fright as well. When he released his divine consciousness, he discovered that the young man was not even 40 years old. Not more than 40 years old, and he's appearing at this time? Even among the junior disciples in the Raging Wave Mansion, there was no refined saint stage martial or Dao cultivator below the age of 40. However, this young man had appeared and challenged the early refined saint stage martial cultivator from the Rising Sky Mansion. He found it hard to believe. In the Debussy subterranean, apart from the few quasi-third-rate forces, he had never heard of any force that was able to produce a refined saint stage martial or Dao cultivator below the age of 40. Moreover, even among the three quasi-third-rate forces, not all of them were able to produce such a martial or Dao cultivator. My goodness, he's not even 40 years old. At the same time, the group of people present on the scene had also learned about this. The atmosphere of the scene was instantly stirred up by Duan Lingtian's appearance. The gazes that landed on him were filled with surprise, horror, and shock. However, most of them were filled with doubt. They were doubting whether this young man who was not even 40 years old was really strong, or if he was just putting on an act. Perhaps he was just an idiot. No matter what, Duan Lingtian had completely overshadowed Zhonggu's limelight. Humph! A young man who's not even 40 years old actually dares to challenge the early refined Saint Stage disciple from the Rising Sky Mansion? Isn't he seeking death? An old Taoist among the group of people from the Pure Yang Shrine snorted disdainfully. He was an elder from the Pure Yang Shrine. Many people agreed with his words. I think he's just trying to stand up for the sectless cultivators like Zhonggu. However, doesn't he know the price of standing out might cost him his life? The people from the various forces discussed among themselves. All of them felt Duan Lingtian had overestimated his own strength. The group of sectless cultivators present on the scene, on the other hand, felt their faces burning. A young man who was not even 40 years old had stood out so resolutely for their dead sectless cultivator brother. On the other hand, they could only watch from the sidelines. This made them feel ashamed. However, they did not have the courage to fight. Little brother, come back. There's no need to throw your life away. Soon after, a kind-hearted sectless cultivator transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. He did not want to see Duan Lingtian lose his life because of this. Brother, those sectless cultivators already know about your kindness. Come back. The Rising Sky Mansion's disciples won't show mercy to you. Soon after, more sectless cultivators transmitted their voices to Duan Lingtian. They knew very well that the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples must have been enraged by Zhonggu's attack earlier. If someone challenged a Rising Sky Mansion's disciple at this moment, they would definitely not show mercy. They might not be able to openly seek revenge from Zhonggu, but they could still kill other sectless cultivators to vent their anger. Just as they had expected, the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple who was chosen by Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. His heart was filled with disdain. A sectless cultivator who's not even 40 years old dares to challenge me? In his opinion, this sectless cultivator before him was a hot-headed idiot. However, since he had delivered himself to his doorstep, he, naturally, would not show mercy. Earlier, Zhonggu had stood up for the sectless cultivator and killed the Rising Sky Mansion's people. That person was related to him. He could be considered as his distant cousin. Due to their similar innate talent and strength, they were usually close. Boy, are you sure you want to challenge me? The Rising Sky Mansion's disciple looked at Duan Lingtian provocatively. Upon hearing the voice transmissions from the sectless cultivators, warmth rose in Duan Lingtian's heart. He felt he had made the right choice by standing up for the sectless cultivator, even if it was all because of Zhonggu's influence. In the face of the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple's provocation, Duan Lingtian merely looked at him calmly. However, the determination in his eyes was undoubtedly the best answer. In the middle of another huge chess piece, Zhonggu hovered in the air. His gaze was also trained on Duan Lingtian. He had paid attention to Duan Lingtian before this because he was the only one who came to the Nimble Valley alone apart from him. Moreover, he seemed to be a sectless cultivator just like him. Put everything else aside, just this alone made him feel a sense of familiarity with Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian had stood up, it made him feel a sense of camaraderie. If it was possible, he did not mind being friends with this aloof young man who was also a sectless cultivator. If you're not confident, just admit defeat. However, when he realized Duan Lingtian was not even 40 years old, Zhonggu still reminded him through voice transmission. Upon hearing Zhonggu's reminder, Duan Lingtian glanced at him and smiled faintly as a response. In Zhonggu's eyes, the faint smile on his cold face revealed a strong sense of self-confidence. For a moment, Zhonggu felt that he had somewhat seen through this cold-faced young man. Su Ping, kill him. Among the Rising Sky Mansion's people, Grand Elder Su Tsin's eyes gleamed sharply as he ordered Duan Lingtian's opponent. Naturally, he had spoken to his opponent through voice transmission. Su Ping was also Duan Lingtian's opponent. He was a Rising Sky Mansion's disciple with a cultivation base at the early refined Saint stage. When he heard Su Tsin's words, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. True origin pulsed on his body, emitting a terrifying aura. It was killing intent. At once, the sectless cultivators present on the scene broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. You overestimate yourself. Su Ping suddenly shouted coldly as the true origin on his body swept out like a hurricane. In just an instant, the area within a 100-meter radius around him had turned into a sea of wind. The wind continued to grow stronger. After a while, it seemed as though he was in the middle of a storm. His robe fluttered loudly in the wind. In the area within a 100-meter radius around him, wind blades could be seen everywhere. The wind blades whistled as they tore through the air, causing the air to tremble. It was as though they were going to cut open a hideous hole in the air. Although these wind blades were swirling around Su Ping's body, the group of people who were standing far away could vaguely feel the sharpness of these wind blades. Wind blade territory. Such a territory was not rare in the Debussy subterranean. Of course, although it was not rare, it was extremely powerful. Ordinary people who entered it would be minced into minced meat without even having the chance to react. Because Duan Lingtian was standing more than 100 meters away from Su Ping, the wind blade territory did not touch him. The edge of the territory was still more than 10 meters away from him. However, even so, Duan Lingtian's robe was still swept up by the oncoming wind. It fluttered in the wind and fluttered loudly. Die! At the same time, Su Ping roared loudly. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he charged straight at Duan Lingtian. Moving along with him was the wind blade territory that was constantly whistling. The wind blades in the territory broke through the air with him, causing the void to constantly emit ear-piercing whistling sounds as if it was really going to tear the void apart. For a moment, the world seemed to be dark and colorless. Many of the Seckless cultivators could not bear to watch and close their eyes. They really did not want to see Duan Lingtian being killed by the wind blades. Chapter 1680. If his territory could not even block it, there was no need for him to fight anymore. He would have died in his opponent's territory before he could even make a move. Naturally, such a situation would only happen when the disparity in strength was too great. If Duan Lingtian was not so young, the group of Seckless cultivators might not have thought so. However, the problem was Duan Lingtian was just too young. So young that it was a little ridiculous. As the saying went, a young man can't be trusted. These words were applicable even in this world. Overestimating himself? When Duan Lingtian heard Su Ping, the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, shouted, a faint smile appeared on his face. In just a blink of an eye, Su Ping charged over with his territory, but Duan Lingtian's expression did not change at all. Although there was no change in Duan Lingtian's expression, a scorching aura began to surge out of his body. As the scorching aura spread out, waves of vast true origin that emitted a dazzling golden light suddenly surged out of his body. 10,000 swords territory. In just a blink of an eye, the area within a 100-meter radius of Duan Lingtian had turned into a golden ocean. It was as though a scorching sun had shrouded Duan Lingtian. Many people present on the scene could not help but close their eyes instinctively. After closing their eyes, they slowly opened their eyes but still squinted. This was because the golden light in front of them was so dazzling that it was difficult for their eyes to accept it. What's this territory? Many people were shocked. It was their first time seeing such a territory. In fact, they had never even heard of such a territory before. In the sky, Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang's expression turned solemn as well. It was also their first time seeing such a territory. With their eyes, they could only barely catch a glimpse of the figure in the golden light. This filled their hearts with shock. What a terrifying domain! Although the territory in front of them had yet to unleash its full power, the aura it emitted caused their hearts to tremble. What's this young man's cultivation base? He can actually condense such a powerful domain. Ren Zhong looked at Lu Hongguang and expressed the shock in his heart. He must have cultivated some secret method to conceal his cultivation base. Even we can't see through his cultivation base. Initially, I thought I'd be able to determine his cultivation base when he uses his true origin. However, his true origin is so strange. It seems like it's only at the intermediate pristine saint stage. Lu Hongguang also expressed the shock in his heart. You have this feeling too? Ren Zhong was shocked. He thought that it was just his own illusion, but he didn't expect that even Lu Hongguang had the same feeling. When Duan Lingtian displayed his true origin, he discovered that the aura emanating from Duan Lingtian's true origin was only the intermediate pristine saint stage's true origin. However, he also discovered that Duan Lingtian's true essence wasn't that simple. Even he couldn't explain why he had such a feeling. This was especially true when Duan Lingtian's true origin condensed a domain in just a blink of an eye. Not only that, but the speed at which it was condensed was much faster than his opponent. He was deeply shocked. Impossible. It's impossible for it to be the intermediate pristine saint stage's true origin. At this moment, he did not think Duan Lingtian's true origin was at the intermediate pristine saint stage. What a joke. How could the true origin of a mere intermediate pristine saint stage cultivator possibly condense a domain so quickly? Moreover, it gave them an indescribable feeling. That feeling seemed to be telling them that in front of this golden ocean-like domain, the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples' wind blade domain was like a piece of paper that could not even withstand a single blow. Rinzhong and Lu Hongguang had lived for so long, but this was their first time seeing such a strange scene. Who's he? For a moment, both of their hearts were filled with inexplicable shock. Since Rinzhong and Lu Hongguang noticed the problem, Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, naturally, noticed it as well. As soon as he noticed it, horror dawned on his face. At the same time, he did not even have the time to send a voice transmission as he shouted, "Su Ping, quickly admit defeat." Whoosh! The moment Su Tsun's words left his mouth, it caused an uproar among the people present on the scene. The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion actually asked the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple to admit defeat? Could it be that he felt the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple was not as good as the sexless cultivator who was not even 40 years old yet? Only a handful of people present on the scene could vaguely see the situation inside the golden dazzling domain that appeared around Duan Lingtian. Rinzhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Tsun could see it. The sect master of Puryang Shrine, the abbot of Brahma Temple, and the other fifth-rate force in the Rising Sky Mansion's district could also vaguely see it. As for the others, they could not see it at all. Perhaps they would only be able to vaguely see it when they entered the domain. Su Can's shout was completely instinctive. He realized he had underestimated the young sexless cultivator. Earlier, he had only asked Su Ping to kill the young sexless cultivator because he thought the young sexless cultivator was seeking death. However, he did not expect the tables would turn in just a blink of an eye. Although the young sexless cultivator's true origin seemed like the true origin of an intermediate pristine saint stage powerhouse, the feeling he gave off after he consolidated his domain was not any weaker than an intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse at all. Due to this reason, he had lost his cool and reminded Su Ping. Unfortunately, his reminder was still too late. How could an arrow that had left the bow be retracted as and when one wished? Su Ping brought his wind blade domain and charged into the golden dazzling domain that enveloped a 100-meter radius around Duan Lingtian. The 5 powerhouses present on the scene could clearly see that as Su Ping charged into the golden dazzling domain, streaks of solidified sword rays suddenly appeared. After these sword rays appeared, it seemed as though the golden dazzling domain had transformed into a world of swords. The figure in the center of the golden dazzling domain raised his hand and pointed his finger at the sky. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Thousands of ear-piercing sword cries resonated clearly in their ears. Stop! At this moment, Su Tsun, who realized Su Ping did not have the time to admit defeat, immediately shouted at Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. He wanted to use this to warn Duan Lingtian to back off. He knew Su Ping was not a match for Duan Lingtian at all. Stop! When Duan Lingtian heard the voice, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, he had no intention of stopping at all. He merely stared coldly at Su Ping, who had a panicked expression on his face. It was time for everything to end. Thousands of swords charged towards Su Ping, who had charged into Duan Lingtian's domain with his wind blade domain. The scene was majestic. Unfortunately, among the people outside, only 5 people could vaguely hear what was going on inside. The others could only hear the thousands of ear-piercing sword cries that vaguely suppressed the sound of wind blades slicing through the air. Coupled with Su Tsun's shout earlier, their hearts jolted as they figured out what was going on. How's this possible? Many people felt that this was somewhat inconceivable, as if it was a fantasy story. A sexless cultivator who was not even 40 years old was actually stronger than an early refined saint stage disciple from the Rising Sky Mansion? Currently, Duan Lingtian was no longer the same person as before. His cultivation base had already broken through to the intermediate pristine saint stage. Due to the fact that the true origin in his body was the sun true origin that had been transformed by Hualao, it was extremely domineering. It was almost comparable to the true origin of an ordinary intermediate refined saint stage martial or Dao cultivator. The domain consolidated with such true origin was almost equivalent to the attack of an intermediate refined saint stage martial or Dao cultivator. His opponent was only an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not use any other technique at all. There was no need for him to use any other technique. He only used his true origin to deal with his opponent. The thousands of swords swept across the sky. Su Ping and his domain were completely annihilated. It was as though they had been vaporized by the sun. There was no trace of it at all. Naturally, when Duan Lingtian withdrew his domain, the people present on the scene could still faintly smell a burnt smell. Su Ping is gone? At this moment, apart from Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, who was glaring at Duan Lingtian furiously, the other people from Rising Sky Mansion were horrified. Although they could tell Su Ping was not as strong as the sexless cultivator who was not even 40 years old from the Grand Elder's loss of composure earlier, they did not expect Su Ping to be so strong. However, it did not cross their minds that when the sexless cultivator withdrew his domain, Su Can seemed to have vanished into thin air. There was no trace of him at all. Silence. The scene was dead silent. From Rinzhong, Lu Hongguang, and the other people from the fourth-rate forces to those sexless cultivators who were weak and only came to watch the show, all of them stared at the cold-looking young man in a daze. They could not regain their senses for a long time. A piece of information kept echoing in their minds. This sexless cultivator was not even 40 years old. He was not even 40 years old, but he had killed an early refined saint stage martial cultivator in just a blink of an eye. Not only did he cause his opponent to die without a complete corpse, but he did not even leave a trace behind. All that was left was a spatial ring that fell to the ground. Naturally, the spatial ring was kept by Duan Lingtian. This was his spoil of war. It did not belong to anyone else. I can't believe the 10,000 swords territory consolidated with the sun true origin is so domineering. Moreover, there's a layer of golden light at the edge of the territory that seems to block the view of the people outside. I'm afraid those whose cultivation base hasn't reached a certain level won't be able to see what's going on inside. This was the first time Duan Lingtian cast the 10,000 swords territory after he had broken through to the pristine saint stage and cultivated the sun true origin. The outcome was completely out of his expectations. When he controlled the 10,000 swords and the 10,000 swords domain to attack, he realized that the 10,000 swords carried traces of the sun's fire. Although the sun's fire was incomparable to Elder Hua's sun's fire, it was still pure sun's fire. Faced with the attack of the 10,000 swords that carried the sun fire, Su Ping, who was not as strong as Duan Lingtian, was instantly vaporized. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian could not help but feel terrified. Chapter 1681. The Sun True Origin was the name of the true origin that had merged with the Sun Flame. Naturally, the Sun Flame in Duan Lingtian's true origin was not the real Sun Flame yet. The real Sun Flame was the kind of Sun Flame that the three-legged golden crow, Hualao, mastered when he was at his peak. It was famous in the Devata realms for being able to burn almost everything. As Duan Lingtian's cultivation base rose, his true origin would transform as well. The power of the sun flame would gradually increase as well. In the end, it would transform into the real sun flame. Naturally, in order to master the real sun flame, Duan Lingtian would have to raise his cultivation base to a certain level. That level was beyond the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was not limited to the Debussy subterranean, but the entire Dao Martial Saint Land, including the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Brat, you're seeking death. At this moment, a furious shout exploded in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, who was enraged when he saw Duan Lingtian had disobeyed his order and killed the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. Naturally, he did not dare to say it out loud, so he used voice transmission. Initially, he had asked the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple to kill Duan Lingtian because he did not think Duan Lingtian, a young man who was not even 40 years old, would be a match for the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. Who would have thought Duan Lingtian was strong enough to kill the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple? If he had known earlier, he would have asked the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple to admit defeat immediately. Although it would be embarrassing, it would not cause the Rising Sky Mansion to lose so many people. They had lost 2 early refined Saint Stage Rising Sky Mansion's disciples this time. Moreover, they were both Rising Sky Mansion's disciples who were not even 50 years old. They were not even 50 years old, but they were already at the early refined Saint Stage. Such innate talent could be ranked in the top 5 among the Rising Sky Mansion's juniors. 2 such existences had both died here today. Sutsun could imagine how furious the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, the Supreme Elder, and the Vice Mansion Masters would be when they returned. Although Sutsun was unable to interfere in this matter due to the rules and the existence of Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, he still could not escape punishment. For a moment, beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. It was cold sweat. Duan Lingtian raised his head and glanced at Sutsun indifferently when he heard Sutsun's words. The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion? What? A Rising Sky Mansion's disciple can kill me, but I can't kill him? Could he only resign himself to death? You keep saying that I'm seeking death, but don't tell me that a disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion like you can disregard the rules? If that's the case, there's no need for the Rising Sky ranking battle at all. The 10 spots on the Rising Sky ranking can be decided by the Rising Sky Mansion. Duan Lingtian had a mocking smile on his face. Sutsun didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would expose the fact that he had threatened Duan Lingtian via telepathy, and his face immediately sank. At this moment, many gazes gathered on him. These gazes were filled with mockery and anger. The rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle had long been set. Life and death were not allowed. The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion had threatened a Seckless cultivator when he saw one of his own was killed. So the people from the Rising Sky Mansion were allowed to kill Seckless cultivators, but Seckless cultivators were not allowed to kill the people from the Rising Sky Mansion? Domineering. The Seckless cultivators present on the scene, including Zhonggu, looked at Sutsun coldly. Many of them even began to mock him. The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion? How rude. He actually dares to threaten a Seckless cultivator. The people from the Rising Sky Mansion can kill people, but others can't kill the people from the Rising Sky Mansion? How domineering. In my opinion, it serves the Rising Sky Mansion right now that someone from the Rising Sky Mansion has died. One of the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle is that life and death are not allowed. Under such circumstances, it's really embarrassing for the Rising Sky Mansion to threaten the people who made a move just because their own people were killed. At this moment, it was not only the Seckless cultivators who were mocking Sutsun. Even the people from the other forces present on the scene were looking at Sutsun strangely. Even Renzhong and Lu Hongguang looked at Sutsun with a grave expression. Sutsun's action was no different from provoking them, the 2 main hosts of the Rising Sky ranking battle. Sutsun did not care what the others thought. However, when he saw Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's cold gaze, he had no choice but to appease them. He immediately glared at Duan Lingtian and shouted, "Boy, I don't know what you're talking about. When did I say that you're seeking death? Don't slander me." Many people immediately turned to look at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on their faces. Even more people sneered at the same time. They had guessed that Sutsun was going to turn hostile and refused to admit it. Slander me? Duan Lingtian sneered. The mocking smile on his face grew wider. If that's the case, can you, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, swear on the lightning penalty oath that you didn't say such words? For the sake of fairness, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath as well. Lightning penalty oath. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, those people who were wondering if Duan Lingtian was lying were stunned. They realized Duan Lingtian was most likely not lying. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of me? Sutsin, swearing on the lightning penalty oath? Sutsin did not expect the seckless cultivator in front of him would be so ruthless as to swear on the lightning penalty oath. His eyes shone coldly, but he did not back down at all. Just admit it if you don't dare to. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Is this all there is to the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion? Duan Lingtian smirked coldly. How dare you? When Sutsin was rendered speechless by Duan Lingtian, Sutsin's grandson, the other ringmaster, Sukan, could no longer hold it in. His face that was originally cold seemed to be covered with a layer of frost at this moment. He emitted waves of terrifying aura that made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. However, Duan Lingtian did not even bother to look at him. To be more precise, he could not be bothered with him at all. I'm not even afraid of your grandfather. Why would I be afraid of you? This was how Duan Lingtian felt at this moment. No matter what, the fact that Duan Lingtian dared to openly fall out with Sutsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, caused the seckless cultivators present on the scene to feel their blood boil. This was because Duan Lingtian had done something they did not dare to do. He had also helped them vent their anger. Many seckless cultivators looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration in their eyes. It was as though Duan Lingtian was their idol. Young man, what's your name? At this moment, Rinzhong asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a gentle expression on his face. His eyes were filled with fanaticism. Rinzhong's words seemed to have reminded Lu Hongguang of something. Lu Hongguang immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze and asked with a smile, Young man, I've never heard of someone like you in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. I wonder if you're interested in joining our Raging Wave Mansion? Boom. The moment Lu Hongguang's words left his mouth, it was as though a bolt of lightning had struck on a sunny day. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It caused an uproar among the people present on the scene. The second elder of Raging Wave Mansion actually extended an olive branch to this seckless cultivator who had killed a Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. Moreover, he did it in front of Sutsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. Was he not afraid of offending the Rising Sky Mansion because of this? In fact, Lu Hongguang was forced to be so direct. When he saw how friendly Rinzhong was toward this genius seckless cultivator, he could guess Rinzhong's intention. It was none other than to recruit Duan Lingtian to the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Genius seckless cultivators had always been the target of competition among the various major forces. Take Zhonggu, the famous seckless cultivator in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, for example. Not only the Rising Sky Mansion, but even the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion had also extended an olive branch to him. However, since he was unwilling to join them, there was nothing the three major forces could do about it. However, Duan Lingtian was different. As a seckless cultivator, he had always been a nobody. With such a background and innate talent that was even more superior than Zhonggu, he was definitely a target that the Raging Wave Mansion wanted to recruit. Initially, Rinzhong wanted to beat around the bush. However, when he saw how direct Lu Hongguang was, he immediately became anxious. He hurriedly said to Duan Lingtian, Young man, our Sky Hurdle Mansion also welcomes you to join us. As long as you join our Sky Hurdle Mansion, not only will we provide you with the best cultivation resources, but we'll also protect your safety before you grow stronger. When he reached the latter part of his sentence, he instinctively glanced at Sutsin. His words were very obvious. There was no doubt he meant he would protect him from the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. Perhaps, the people from the Rising Sky Mansion would not dare to make a move during the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, nobody could guarantee that they would not do so after the battle. He believed the seckless cultivator before him was aware of this. When the people present on the scene saw Rinzhong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, also extended an olive branch to Duan Lingtian, an uproar broke out again. However, this time, it was not that surprising since Lu Hongguang had spoken first. Young man, as long as you agree to join the Raging Wave Mansion, whoever dares to touch you will be my Lu Hongguang's enemy. When Lu Hongguang saw Rinzhong had also put down his pride to recruit him, he immediately chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Genius seckless cultivators are really popular. Unfortunately, with my innate talent, let alone fourth-rate forces. Even fifth-rate forces won't take me seriously. A sectless cultivator smiled wryly. That's right. Fourth-rate and fifth-rate forces won't take us seriously, and we won't take sixth-rate forces seriously. This is the awkward situation for sectless cultivators like us. Another sectless cultivator chimed in. No matter what, Duan Lingtian had been invited by the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion and the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. He had once again become the center of attention. All of them were curious about Duan Lingtian's decision. With Duan Lingtian's innate talent, they believed as long as Duan Lingtian was sincere in joining the Raging Wave Mansion or the Sky Hurdle Mansion and swore on the Lightning Penalty Oath, the two great forces would definitely not mistreat him. As the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, Sutsun's expression was extremely grave. How could it not be grave? Renzhong and Lu Hongguang actually extended an olive branch to the person who killed their Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. Based on their words, it seemed as though they were going to protect him. However, although he was furious, there was nothing he could say. If he was in Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's position, he would have done the same. Chapter 1682. If Duan Lingtian did not kill anyone from the Rising Sky Mansion, he would not mind putting down his pride and inviting him to join the Rising Sky Mansion. I'm Li Feng. Duan Lingtian smiled at Renzhong and Lu Hongguang as he revealed his alias. At the same time, he said, "Thank you for your kindness, Vice Mansion Master Ren and Elder Lu. As for joining the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion, it's a big deal to me. Please give me some time to think about it. I'll reply to both of you after the Rising Sky ranking battle ends." Give him some time to think about it? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang's eyes lit up immediately. Naturally, they knew what his words meant. This meant he did not reject them. There was a chance. Renzhong and Lu Hongguang looked at each other and saw the sparks in each other's eyes. Although there was a chance, even if Duan Lingtian intended to join a fourth-rate force, he would still have to choose between the two of them. For this reason, there was no doubt the smell of gunpowder between Renzhong and Lu Hongguang. Naturally, they knew very well that even if Duan Lingtian intended to join, it would still depend on the conditions given by the two of them. As the saying went, a fine bird chooses a fine tree to nest in. They knew this very well. Due to this reason, they had already begun to weigh their own limits. Li Feng, you're really not simple. When the flowery monk saw Duan Lingtian propped up the golden dazzling territory around him, he knew Li Feng was not simple. At the very least, he could not see through the territory at all. It was his first time seeing such a strange territory. In the end, the disappearance of the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple from the heaven and earth verified his guess and intuition. Li Feng was not an ordinary person. On the Puryang Shrine side, Jing Suzi's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Previously, although he had paid attention to Duan Lingtian, it was only because Duan Lingtian was alone. It was inevitable that he would attract attention. At this moment, he finally realized this person who was as solitary as Zhonggu was not inferior to him in terms of strength. Zhonggu looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. In fact, ever since Duan Lingtian had made his appearance, he had a good impression of Duan Lingtian. However, based on Duan Lingtian's words earlier, it seemed like he was willing to join either the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion. For a moment, his impression of Duan Lingtian was greatly reduced. He didn't have a good impression of people from large factions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been an itinerant cultivator. With his talent, it was not difficult for him to join a fourth-rate force. In fact, as long as he swore a lightning penalty oath to be loyal to that fourth-rate force for life, he would be greatly nurtured. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what Zhonggu was thinking. He was wondering why Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was not here yet. Currently, it was almost noon. The only people who had yet to enter the arena were the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. It's said that Su Jing is very ambitious to become the next mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. It's impossible for him not to come. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he no longer felt worried. After coming to the Rising Sky Mansion's district for a period of time, Duan Lingtian had purposely investigated Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. He knew that not only was he a good-for-nothing rich kid, but he was also an extremely ambitious good-for-nothing rich kid. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian looked at the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. He was curious who would enter the arena first. Among the people present on the scene, apart from these two, he did not think there would be a third person who would enter the arena. After all, none of the 10 ring masters, including him, were weak. However, when a figure stepped out in the air, it surprised Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had an impression of this person. Su Gang. Duan Lingtian frowned. It did not cross his mind that Su Gang, who was defeated by Yin Suzi, would step out again. If he remembered correctly, Su Gang was only a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage. If he entered the arena now, he would only be looking for a beating. Su Gang? Why is he entering the arena again? Su Gang's appearance also made the surrounding onlookers puzzled. This Su Gang is only a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Previously, he was defeated by Yin Suzi. Currently, the 10 ring masters present on the scene are all at the refined saint stage or above. Don't tell me he still thinks he has a chance? Many people mocked him. According to the rules, apart from Yin Suzi, who defeated him before, he can challenge anyone else, another person chimed in. That's right. That may be the case, but as a person, you should at least have some self-awareness, right? He's only a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage. It's obvious he's not a match for the 10 ring masters present on the scene. Not only is he looking for a beating, but he's also wasting everyone's time by entering the arena now. Many people were dissatisfied with Su Gang's actions. Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang frowned as well. They felt Su Gang had overestimated himself. Just as everyone was wondering who Su Gang would challenge, Su Gang, who flew out, landed firmly in the middle of one of the chess pieces. When the people present on the scene saw Su Gang landing in the middle of the chess piece, they were dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded because the opponent Su Gang had chosen was none other than Su Can, who was also a disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion. Su Can was also Su Tsin's grandson. Su Gang is challenging Su Can? Immediately, many people were stunned and felt that this was somewhat inconceivable. Many people even patted their faces and pinched their thighs to verify if they were dreaming. As it turned out, they were not dreaming. Su Gang was indeed challenging Su Can, whose cultivation base was at the intermediate refined saint stage. They're both disciples of the Rising Sky Mansion, but Su Gang actually wants to challenge Su Can. Moreover, he's challenging a powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage, even though he's only at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Don't tell me he has some enmity with Su Can? Even if he does, with his strength, he won't be able to catch up to Su Can at all. It's impossible for him to seek revenge, right? Perhaps he knows he's not a match for Su Can, so he's just trying to embarrass him? That's possible. One must admit that the power of the masses was great. Soon after, someone figured out Su Gang's intention. He's trying to embarrass a disciple of the Rising Sky Mansion on such an occasion. How big is the enmity between them? Isn't Su Gang worried he'll embarrass the Rising Sky Mansion? Many people shook their heads. They felt Su Gang's action was irrational. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not think Su Gang would appear for such a ridiculous reason. He raised an eyebrow and raised his cold face to look at Su Tsin, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. If Su Gang really challenged Su Can for such a ridiculous reason, Su Tsin's expression would not be pleasant at all. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed a smile on Su Tsin's face as though he had succeeded in his scheme. His eyes were glaring at him like a venomous snake. It caused Duan Lingtian to feel chills running down his spine. This is a scheme. When Duan Lingtian realized this was a scheme, he was shocked. However, a scene that shocked everyone even more happened. Originally, everyone thought that even if Su Gang challenged Su Can, he would be easily defeated. However, the result was beyond their expectations. I admit defeat. Su Can's cold voice resonated in the air, causing an uproar. At this moment, Ren Zhong, Lu Hongguang, and a few other people who were more rational quickly regained their senses. Their eyes flashed as they looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. It was as though they had figured out something. What's going on? The scene before them was still incomprehensible to many of the people present. Su Can actually admitted defeat? He's an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. Many people exclaimed. Don't tell me he's trying to use this method to let Su Gang enter the Rising Sky ranking? Many people looked at Su Can with a strange expression. He's crazy. How can he use this method to let Su Gang enter the Rising Sky ranking? In fact, there are a few early refined saint stage martial cultivators among the people who were eliminated earlier. As long as these people enter the arena, Su Gang won't be able to hold his ground and will be pulled down immediately. Many people discussed among themselves. They thought Su Can was crazy to make such a decision. However, they soon fell silent. This was because they clearly saw that after Su Can admitted defeat, he did not return to the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion. Instead, he flew up to another chess piece and slowly descended to confront the ring master on the chess piece. It was obvious he had issued a challenge to his opponent. So that's how it is. At this moment, many people slapped their heads as realization dawned on them. He took such a big detour just to challenge Li Feng. Li Feng was Duan Lingtian's current alias. Not only did he kill the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, but he had even provoked the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion and ignored Su Can. At this moment, everyone present on the scene could clearly smell the gunpowder on Su Can's body. They knew Su Can wanted to fight with Duan Lingtian and even kill him. It seems like Li Feng has really angered him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to fight with Li Feng. In fact, even if he and Li Feng are both listed in the Rising Sky ranking at the same time, he'll still have a chance to fight with Li Feng later on. After all, they still have to decide the final ranking of the Rising Sky ranking. Someone sighed. You're wrong if you think so. Su Can's decision is actually very wise. Don't forget that when the 10 people on the Rising Sky ranking are decided, the host will intervene in the final ranking battle. In the past, it was rare for people to die in the final ranking battle, someone said. I forgot about that. Indeed, this is the best time to kill someone in the Rising Sky ranking battle. After all, the 10 people have not been decided yet. More and more people were suddenly enlightened. Faced with Su Can's appearance, Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely calm. He had already guessed this when he saw the scheming smile on Su Can's face. Aren't you afraid your grandson will follow in the footsteps of that Rising Sky Mansion's disciple? Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile as he looked at Su Can. His tone was filled with confidence. Chapter 1683. Although the strength Duan Lingtian displayed earlier was powerful, in Su Can's opinion, it was only equivalent to an ordinary intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. As an eminent saint stage powerhouse, Su Can was very confident in his divine consciousness. According to his divine consciousness, the strength Duan Lingtian displayed earlier was inferior to his grandson. Su Can, due to this reason, he supported Su Can in challenging Duan Lingtian. It was Su Can's own decision to challenge Duan Lingtian. In Su Can's opinion, Duan Lingtian deserved to die for being so disrespectful to his grandfather. When Duan Lingtian ignored him, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the confidence on Duan Lingtian's face, Su Can began to hesitate. Could it be that Duan Lingtian was confident he could defeat his grandson? For a moment, his heart seemed to be shrouded in a layer of haze. You want to kill me? When Su Can saw how arrogant Duan Lingtian was, he was so angry that he laughed. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, as though he was about to devour someone. Although Su Can was very confident in his own strength, Duan Lingtian's confidence made his heart heavy. He immediately transmitted his voice to Su Can. Grandfather believes in your strength. However, this Li Feng is very strange. I'm afraid he still has some trump cards that he hasn't used yet. If the situation doesn't seem right, you must admit defeat immediately. Don't force yourself because you care about your reputation. In front of your life, reputation is nothing. Su Can transmitted his voice to Su Can. When Su Can heard his grandfather's words, his heart jolted. Although he felt his grandfather's worries were groundless, he still agreed to it. I understand, grandfather. Su Can challenges Li Feng. At the same time, the gazes of everyone present fell onto the battlefield and stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian and Su Can. As far as they were concerned, the following battle would definitely be extremely exciting. At this moment, they couldn't even bear to blink. Although Li Feng's strength is not bad against Su Can, I'm afraid it bodes ill for him. Many people whispered to each other. Although Duan Lingtian had killed Su Ping, the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, in just one blow, Su Ping was only an ordinary early refined Saint Stage martial cultivator. He could not be compared to Su Can at all. If Su Can wanted to kill him, he would only need one move. Su Ping had just broken through to the early refined Saint Stage not long ago. Among the early refined Saint Stage martial cultivators, he was at the bottom. Even if Yin Suzi, who was also at the early refined Saint Stage, wanted to kill him, he would not even need 10 moves. Even though Duan Lingtian was very confident when he spoke to Su Can, the people present still did not think that he could defeat Su Can. Fighting against Su Can and fighting against Su Ping were two completely different concepts. Li Feng, the flowery monk, stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as he muttered in his heart, "Can you defeat Su Can?" Jing Suzi, Zhonggu, and the others were also looking at Duan Lingtian at this moment. This battle was undoubtedly the most exciting battle before the final Rising Sky ranking battle. Although the flowery monk and Jing Suzi had yet to enter the battle, there was no doubt that they would be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking once they entered the battle. Due to this reason, the people present on the scene did not really look forward to their battle. On the contrary, the people present on the scene were looking forward to the battle between Duan Lingtian and Su Can. Why? Are you looking down on me? Upon hearing Su Can's words, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Su Can as well. He smiled faintly with a calm expression on his face. When Su Can saw the nonchalant expression on Duan Lingtian's face, his expression turned even graver. Even at this moment, Li Feng was still so calm. It was obvious he was looking down on him. "Die!" Su Can shouted coldly as he made his move. It was as though he had transformed into a black eagle as he swept his wings toward Duan Lingtian. Wherever he passed, the void would tremble. At this moment, as the true origin on Su Can's body fluctuated, his territory appeared as well. As soon as his territory appeared, he raised his right hand. Soon after, a small ball made of true origin appeared on his right hand. The moment it appeared, it seemed to have transformed into a devouring beast as it greedily devoured the energy in the territory within a 100-meter radius with Su Can as the center. The territory vibrated as endless energy surged into the small ball in Su Can's hand. The small ball shone brightly as though it had transformed into a small, dazzling sun. Naturally, during this process, the true origin in Su Can's body was also surging into the small ball. It could be said that the small ball contained the most powerful energy that Su Can could muster at this moment. He did not hold back at all as soon as he made his move. It was apparent that he did not dare to be careless in front of Duan Lingtian, no matter how confident he was. From the moment Su Can lifted the small ball in his hand to the small ball absorbing the energy in his territory and his body, everything happened in just a blink of an eye. That's the space-shattering origin explosion? At this moment, Ren Zhong raised an eyebrow as a shocked expression appeared on his face. The space-shattering origin explosion was an offensive technique in the Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. Based on Su Can's attack, one could see that he had cultivated the space-shattering origin explosion to the highest stage, the impeccable stage. Only someone who had cultivated the space-shattering origin explosion to the highest stage would be able to form a true origin ball in such a short time. Space-shattering origin explosion. When Lu Hongguang saw this, his expression turned solemn. He also recognized the space-shattering origin explosion. He knew it was one of the most powerful offensive techniques in the Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic in the Rising Sky Mansion. As an eminent Saint Stage powerhouse, Lu Hongguang could see with just a glance that Su Can's mastery of the space-shattering origin explosion had already reached the impeccable stage. Li Feng, be careful. This is the space-shattering origin explosion. In terms of power, it can be ranked in the top 3 among the offensive techniques in the Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic in the Rising Sky Mansion. Based on the space-shattering origin explosion that Su Can has cast, it's obvious he has cultivated it to the highest stage, the impeccable stage. At this moment, 2 voices resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. The 2 voices were reminding him. Moreover, the content was similar. He could tell it was Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang who were reminding him. As for why they were reminding him out of kindness, naturally, he could guess the reason. It was none other than to leave a good impression on him, so that he could join their forces after the Rising Sky ranking battle ended. Previously, Duan Lingtian had given the two of them a lot of thought before he agreed to join their forces. He did not reject the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion. After all, they were fourth-rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. There was no harm in joining them. Thank you for your reminders. As Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude, his eyes did not leave Sukin at all. An offensive technique that's ranked in the top 3 among the Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactics in the Rising Sky Mansion? It seems like the space-shattering origin explosion is also an offensive technique in the Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. Since Sukin has cultivated it to the highest stage, its power must be extraordinary. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, strands of golden true origin rose from the surface of his body again. In just an instant, a golden territory appeared in a 100-meter radius with him as the center and completely shrouded him. In the golden territory, tens of thousands of golden sword rays gradually solidified. 10,000 swords territory. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to control the 10,000 swords territory. Moreover, the muscles on his body began to bulge slightly. However, due to the fact that he was wearing a robe, the obvious changes on his body could not be seen. If Duan Lingtian took off his robe, the people present on the scene would definitely be able to see strands of semi-transparent energy jumping on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. That was the energy formed when one's body was strong enough to a certain extent. Generally speaking, such energy would only appear on the bodies of wild beasts and saint beasts with monstrous bodies. However, it had appeared on Duan Lingtian's body as well. It was because his body had been tempered by the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence. Its strength had even surpassed a 6-clawed divine dragon with the same cultivation base. It was almost on par with a 7-clawed divine dragon. In the Debussy Subterranean, there were no 6-clawed divine dragons. 5-clawed divine dragons were the most powerful dragons. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were only 6-clawed divine dragons, but they were extremely rare. As for 7-clawed divine dragons, they could only be found in the Dao Martial Saint Land due to the Dragon Pearl. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had heard from Hua Lao that there were even 8-clawed divine dragons, let alone 7-clawed divine dragons. Naturally, there were very few 8-clawed divine dragons in the Devata realms. As for the 9-clawed divine dragon, there was only one 9-clawed divine dragon in the Devata realms. It was the ancestor of dragons, the 9-clawed winged dragon. The 9-clawed winged dragon was also known as the 9-clawed ancestral dragon. It was the strongest existence in the Devata realms. Not only was it not inferior to the heavenly emperors who ruled over the Devata realms, but it was even stronger than some heavenly emperors. Swoosh! When the true origin ball in Sukan's hand had gathered all the strength he could muster, he moved and shot toward Duan Lingtian like a meteor. When Sukan's territory collided with Duan Lingtian's territory, he raised his hand and pushed his palm out. The true origin ball in Sukan's hand streaked across the sky toward Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, it was already in front of Duan Lingtian. As soon as Sukan's territory collided with Duan Lingtian's territory began to shrink rapidly under everyone's watchful eyes. As it shrank, there was intense friction in the air. What's going on? Many people were stunned by this scene. Some of them even thought Duan Lingtian's territory was weaker than Sukan's territory. However, they soon realized they were wrong. This was because when Duan Lingtian's territory shrank, it had transformed into a dazzling golden sword ray that appeared under his feet before it quickly transformed into a dazzling golden flying sword. The golden flying sword was even more dazzling than the true origin ball that was shooting toward Duan Lingtian. Go! At this moment, Duan Lingtian spat out a word. Chapter 1684. As it shone with a dazzling golden light, the flying sword under Duan Lingtian's feet shot out rapidly as well. When the flying sword shot out, it contained the profundity of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Naturally, it was only the profundity of the first stage of the sovereign heart sword, the sword in the heart. Currently, Duan Lingtian had not mastered the second stage of the sovereign heart sword, the sword shadow following the heart. Even so, Duan Lingtian's sword was still extraordinary. It was comparable to an offensive technique in an earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. Moreover, it was an offensive technique that had been cultivated to a high stage. However, compared to the space-shattering elemental explosion, it was slightly weaker. Although it was slightly weaker, due to the fact that the sword contained Duan Lingtian's powerful physical strength, it was not weaker than the space-shattering origin explosion that Sukan had cast. Moreover, due to the Sun-True origin, the force of the sword was even stronger than Sukan's space-shattering origin explosion. However, the others were unaware of this. This Li Feng must not have mobilized all of his true origin since he hastily drew out his sword. He'll definitely die in this battle. Su Tsin smirked as though victory was already in his hands. As an eminent Saint Stage powerhouse, he had a keen eye. Naturally, he could see it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to mobilize all of his true origin and unleash all of his strength in such a short time. Apart from Su Tsin, even Ren Zhong, Lu Hongguang, and the others thought so as well. However, how would they know Duan Lingtian did not take much time to mobilize all of his true origin since Duan Lingtian had opened a total of 99 saint veins in his body? In the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was already very impressive to open 81 saint veins. Moreover, in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were only 2 people who had opened 81 saint veins. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, far surpassed them. The 99 saint veins were more than twice as efficient as Sukan. It was because of this that Duan Lingtian allowed Sukan to make the first move. He was the one who made the first move because he was confident that he could mobilize all of his true yuan in the shortest amount of time and unleash a full-force attack. This was confidence, a confidence that belonged only to Duan Lingtian. 99 holy meridians gave him confidence. Because of this, the speed at which Duan Lingtian condensed his domain was much faster than the average person. Whoosh! The true origin ball was pushed out by Sukan, and it tore through the air like a cannonball that had been shot out of a drum. It quickly blasted towards Duan Lingtian. As long as it touched the Duan Lingtian or Duan Lingtian's Zhen Yuan, it would explode, bursting out all the Zhen Yuan and domain power contained in it without any reservation. Of course, even if Duan Lingtian dodged, it would still follow him immediately because it had already locked onto Duan Lingtian through Sukan's consciousness. Whoosh! The golden flying sword swept through the air, and its speed was no slower than the true origin ball. In fact, it was even faster than the true origin ball. Its target was the true origin ball. However, although the flying sword was fast, and Su Tsin, Ren Zhong, and Lu Hongguang had already noticed it, they still did not think that the power in the flying sword was comparable to the power in the true origin ball. Moreover, even if it could touch the true origin ball, it would explode immediately and crush the flying sword with its remaining power before continuing to fly towards Duan Lingtian. At that time, the remaining power of the explosion would also blast Duan Lingtian into smithereens. Finally, the flying sword and the true origin ball collided. In fact, before they collided, the auras around the two collided again and again, causing the surrounding void to tremble as though it would shatter at any time. Soon, the flying sword and the true origin ball collided. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Boom! A deafening sound that seemed to shatter the sky and earth spread rapidly. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to have lost their color. In just an instant, some of the martial and Dao cultivators whose strength had not reached the saint stage had their eardrums burst. Some of them even bled from their 7 orifices. Even the pristine saint stage martial and Dao cultivators present on the scene had their faces flushed red. It was apparent the loud sound had affected them greatly. Along with the loud sound, the void near Duan Lingtian was completely shrouded by a golden light. The golden light continued to spread, and soon after, it shrouded Duan Lingtian as well, causing his figure to disappear from everyone's sight. This was the remaining power of the explosion. Su Tsin smiled. In his opinion, just the remaining power of the explosion was enough to kill Duan Lingtian. Even if an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator had a good physique, His body was still made of flesh and blood. He could not be compared to those wild beasts and saint beasts whose bodies were stronger. Furthermore, the aftershock of the explosion was so strong that even ordinary savage beasts and saint beasts that didn't specialize in physical strength would be blasted into smithereens. Li Feng is dead? The scene in front of them was also reflected in the eyes of everyone present, causing their hearts to tremble. Many seckless cultivators' eyes were bloodshot as they gritted their teeth. Li Feng was a seckless cultivator who was worthy of their respect. Based on Li Feng's previous actions, Li Feng's position in their hearts was not any lower than Zhonggu's. He's dead? The flowery monk frowned before his brows relaxed. He put his palms together and sighed, feeling pity for Li Feng. Such an outstanding seckless cultivator had died just like that. Many people sighed emotionally. HM? At this moment, Rinzhong, who had also thought Li Feng was dead, raised an eyebrow. He looked at the remaining power of the explosion with a shocked expression on his face. Swish! Accompanied by the sound of sword whistling in the air, a golden flying sword shot out from the remaining power of the explosion. Its speed was as fast as lightning. No, it was even faster than lightning. No! Accompanied by a furious roar, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the smile on Su Can's face completely froze. There was a bloody hole in between his eyebrows. Blood kept spurting out from it, making him look hideous and terrifying. In the next moment, Su Can fell down and was completely silent. The furious roar came from Su Can, who had reacted after hearing the sword whistling sound. He looked at Su Can, who had fallen down, and his eyes were completely red. It was as if he had lost his mind at this moment. He rushed down like a madman and supported Su Can. However, Su Can's eyes were wide open as he fell into Su Can's arms. He did not make a sound. He was dead. Canner! Su Can was unwilling to believe that this was real. He kept muttering, but Su Can would never respond to him. Su Can is dead? Seeing this scene, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my God! After Li Feng's sword collided with Su Can's true origin ball, it still had energy left. Unbelievable! Many people cried out in surprise. However, they tried their best to suppress their voices as though they were afraid of angering Su Can. I really didn't expect this to happen. Both of them perished together. I'm sure the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion is filled with regret right now. Some people looked at Su Can with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Rinzhong and Lu Hongguang looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. It did not cross their minds that after Li Feng, the seckless cultivator, was killed by the explosion, Li Feng's attack still had energy left to kill Su Can, who thought he had one. At that moment, Su Can did not even have the time to react. After all, at that time, everyone thought that he had one, including himself. My condolences, Elder Su. Although Rinzhong and Lu Hongguang did not feel anything about Su Can's death, they still had to put on an act and console Su Can. Su Can's eyes were red as his body trembled violently. His grandson was actually dead. In fact, his grandson was all his hope. Moreover, he had even thought of letting his grandson compete with Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, to be the next mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. As long as his grandson was ranked in the Rising Sky ranking, he would have a chance. However, now that his grandson was dead, it meant everything was as good as a fleeting cloud. At this moment, a series of shocked voices resonated in the surroundings. Since Su Can was completely immersed in the grief of his grandson's death, he did not pay attention to the shocked voices in the surroundings. Under the shocked gazes of the group of people, a figure gradually appeared from the aftershock of the explosion and the golden light that filled the sky. It was a figure who had changed his clothes. Although he had changed his robes, the people present on the scene immediately recognized him. Li Feng. Li Feng was not dead. Everyone, including Rinzhong and Lu Hongguang, could not help but narrow their eyes. They could not regain their senses for a long time. The scene before their eyes was not something they had expected at all. Even Rinzhong and Lu Hongguang thought Duan Lingtian had died in the explosion. This was because the explosion happened not far away from Duan Lingtian. It was not something a body of flesh and blood could withstand. Even if Duan Lingtian had cast the highest stage defensive technique in the Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic, it would not have been enough. After all, that power was formed by the collision of two enormous powers. Although they had canceled each other out, the majority of them had still fused together. Under such circumstances, unless it was a wild beast or saint beast that specialized in physical strength, ordinary wild beasts and saint beasts might not have been able to survive the aftermath of the explosion, let alone a human. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, a human's body was notoriously weak compared to wild beasts and saint beasts. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's survival had exceeded everyone's expectations. Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang immediately regained their senses. They looked at Duan Lingtian again, as though they were looking at some kind of peerless treasure. They were certain there was no fluctuation of Tao talismans or saint inscriptions in the air from the beginning of the explosion until now. In other words, Duan Lingtian had relied on his own strength to withstand the aftermath of the explosion. Due to this reason, they were shocked and pleasantly surprised. They were shocked that Duan Lingtian was able to survive under such circumstances. They were pleasantly surprised that such an outstanding young man was a sectless cultivator. They had a chance to recruit him into the force behind them. Chapter 1685. He didn't die? Who is this Li Feng? Is he even human? I can't believe he managed to survive the aftermath of the explosion. From the looks of it, his face is just a little pale, and he has changed his clothes. He doesn't seem to have suffered any injuries. Did he use a high-grade defensive Tao talisman earlier? Impossible. There was no fluctuation of Tao talismans or saint inscriptions earlier. He probably didn't use any external force. Everyone present regained their senses and whispered to each other. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. The flowery monk was also shocked. He looked at Li Feng in shock. This Li Feng, he's fine? The group of sectless cultivators originally thought Duan Lingtian was dead. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian was fine, all of them smiled. Many of them were excited as they shouted Duan Lingtian's name loudly. Of course, they were shouting Li Feng, Duan Lingtian's current alias. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and only now did he catch his breath. I really didn't expect Su Can's technique to be so terrifying. Duan Lingtian immediately looked at Su Can, who was in Su Can's arms. To be more precise, he looked at Su Can's corpse. If it wasn't for the fact that my body is stronger than the six-clawed divine dragon from the dragon clan, I would have died. Duan Lingtian still felt a lingering fear when he recalled the scene earlier. When the shockwaves of the explosion swept over, he felt like he was enveloped by a terrifying force. Soon after, the robes on his body were destroyed. At the same time, the rolling power from all directions fell on his body like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, tormenting his body as if it had been tempered thousands of times. Fortunately, his body was strong enough. Otherwise, he would have been crushed by the energy. When Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Su Can, a mocking smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, Su Can, Su Can's grandson, was basically shooting himself in the foot by challenging him, courting death. At the same time, Duan Lingtian thanked Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang again. Although he would not have shown mercy to Su Can, who was at the intermediate refined saint stage, even without the two of them reminding him, he still owed them a favor. Little brother Li Feng, I really didn't expect you to be so strong. However, how did you survive just now? Ren Zhong replied to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. His tone was filled with shock. When Lu Hongguang responded to Duan Lingtian, he was also curious about this. When faced with their questions, Duan Lingtian only responded to them with a mysterious smile. When the two of them saw this, they both smiled wryly but did not ask any further. They could see Duan Lingtian was unwilling to say much. Since that was the case, they tactfully did not ask any more questions. After all, everyone had their own secrets. If they continued to ask, not only would they not be able to get an answer, but they would also leave a bad impression in front of Duan Lingtian. They had worked hard to recruit Duan Lingtian to their respective forces. Naturally, they did not want to leave a bad impression in front of Duan Lingtian. He's not dead. At the same time, Su Can, who was gradually recovering from the grief of his grandson's death, finally heard the heated discussion in the surroundings. He was shocked by the content of the discussion. When he turned his head around with a trembling body, he saw Duanling Tian, who was completely unscathed. Instantly, his eyes widened and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Impossible. When he saw Duanling Tian was still alive, the first thought that appeared in his mind was impossible. The powerful energy from the explosion was not something an intermediate refined Saint Stage martial cultivator could withstand. No matter how powerful his defensive technique was, he would not be able to block that energy. Coupled with the fact that he was a human, it was impossible for him to block that energy. You used a Dao Talisman? Sutsun instantly thought Duanling Tian had used a Dao Talisman. Although he did not know where Duanling Tian obtained such a high-grade Dao Talisman, there were not many defensive Dao Talismans that could block that energy even in the Rising Sky Mansion. Duanling Tian could not be bothered with Sutsun when he heard his angry and deep words. Elder Su, Li Feng didn't use a Dao Talisman nor did he rely on any external force. If he did, it's impossible for an eminent Saint Stage powerhouse like you to not notice it, Renzhong said as he frowned. Renzhong frowned as he looked at Su Xian. That's right, Elder Su. Li Feng really didn't rely on any external force. Lu Hongguang chimed in. When Sutsun said Duanling Tian had used a Dao Talisman, he had assumed Duanling Tian did not use a Dao Talisman. However, now that he thought about it, he was certain from the beginning until the end that he did not sense any fluctuations from a Dao Talisman, Saint inscriptions, or any other external force at all. Sutsun took a deep breath and glanced at Renzhong and Lu Hongguang. Then, the true origin in his body trembled as he charged toward Duanling Tian. At this moment, a terrifying true origin surged out of Sutsun's body. The aura of an eminent Saint Stage powerhouse spread out, causing the void to tremble. Ripples spread out and swept in all directions. Some of the martial and Dao cultivators in the surroundings who had not broken through to the Saint Stage fainted. Some of the pristine Saint Stage martial and Dao cultivators with weaker cultivation bases were forced to retreat to a faraway place. This, Sutsun's sudden attack caught the onlookers off guard. Naturally, most of them only saw Sutsun vanish before their eyes. Only the high-ranking officials from the three great fifth-rate forces and some powerhouses from the three great fourth-rate forces could vaguely see Sutsun's figure. The aura of an eminent Saint Stage powerhouse swept out. His powerful aura instantly locked onto Duanling Tian. At this moment, Duanling Tian felt as though his entire body was bound. The Sun true origin in his body was suppressed to the point that it circulated very slowly. It could not even float to the surface of his body for a long time. Naturally, the reason for this was because Sutsun, an eminent Saint Stage powerhouse, had locked onto him. Moreover, Sutsun's attack was extremely fast. In comparison, the speed of Duanling Tian's true origin was naturally much slower. At this moment, a sense of despair rose in Duanling Tian's heart. At this moment, Duanling Tian only had one thought in his mind, and that was to use the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, when he took the Jasper Celestial Sword out of his spatial ring and held it in his hand, he discovered Sutsun's attack was already near him in just a blink of an eye. He did not even have time to inject his true origin into the Jasper Celestial Sword, let alone use his full strength. Don't tell me that I, Duanling Tian, am going to die here? Duanling Tian's heart was filled with unwillingness. If he was given 1 or 2 breaths of time, he would be able to activate the Jasper Celestial Sword with all his might to receive Sutsun's attack. Even if he could not kill Sutsun with the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would still be able to block part of the attack. At that time, he might still be able to survive. With the buffer time, he believed Renzhong and Lu Hongguang would not stand idly by. Unfortunately, he was still too late. If he had taken out the Jasper Celestial Sword earlier and injected his true origin into it without any reservation, he would not be in such a passive situation. To be more precise, he did not expect Sutsun would suddenly go crazy and directly attack him. After all, Sutsun was not allowed to take revenge in this place. Life and death were not allowed in the Rising Sky ranking battle. This was the rule. Hermph! Hermph! Just as Duanling Tian thought he was going to be killed, 2 angry snorts resonated in the air almost at the same time. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered the powerful aura that had locked onto him seemed to have shattered at this moment. As for that oppressive power, it also retreated. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered two figures had appeared in front of him. They were none other than Rinzhong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. Both of them had appeared in time and blocked Sutsin's attack. Moreover, when both of them made their moves at the same time, Sutsin was at a disadvantage. Barf. Sutsin, who was sent flying, came to a halt after he was sent flying for a long distance. At the same time, he threw up a mouthful of black and red blood. His face was extremely pale at this moment. Elder Su, you've crossed the line. Ren Zhong's voice was filled with rage. Sutsin had attacked Duan Lingtian in front of him. Not only did he violate the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle, but he was also slapping him in the face. After all, his existence was to ensure the integrity of the Rising Sky ranking battle. If he could not even interfere in this matter, he was not qualified to be the host of the Rising Sky ranking battle. If he allowed this to happen, he might as well set a rule that Seckless cultivators were not allowed to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Otherwise, even if a Seckless cultivator made a name for himself, he would still be suppressed by the people from the major forces. Although Lu Hongguang did not say anything, one could tell he was furious from the way he looked at Su Xin. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind Rinzhong, and Lu Hongguang finally caught his breath. When he realized the danger had been averted, he immediately put away the Jasper Celestial Sword. He could clearly feel that his hand that was holding the Jasper Celestial Sword was drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, he felt as though he had already taken half a step into the gates of hell. He could not help but break out in cold sweat. Thank you for saving my life, both of you. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and thanked Rinzhong and Lu Hongguang respectfully as he looked at their backs. I'll give you justice for this matter. Rinzhong nodded. Although he did not turn around, his eyes were cold as he looked at Su Xin. When Lu Hongguang heard Rinzhong's words, he regretted it. Why did he not say that earlier? If he had said that, Duan Lingtian would have a good impression of him. Lu Hongguang immediately said, Little brother Li Feng, I, Lu Hongguang, promise you that I'll give you justice for this matter. When Sutsin, who was injured in the distance, heard Rinzhong and Lu Hongguang's words, his originally pale face turned even paler. Chapter 1686. However, he did not expect Rinzhong and Lu Hongguang would be able to stop him in time. He believed Rinzhong and Lu Hongguang must have come prepared. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to react in such a short time and stop him. The moment Sutsin thought of this, he gritted his teeth. He was filled with hatred. He hated himself for not being able to kill Li Feng to avenge his grandson. At the same time, the onlookers who were stunned by Sutsin's actions finally regained their senses. An uproar broke out among them. Isn't the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion a little too arrogant? Many people looked at Sutsin with displeasure. These people were from the major forces other than the Rising Sky Mansion and the Seckless cultivators present on the scene. However, even among the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion, many of them felt their faces burning. After all, the rule of the Rising Sky ranking battle was to fight to the death. It was normal even if someone died. If one could not afford to lose, one could choose not to participate. Since one had participated, one had to be able to afford to lose. The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion had ignored the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle. To a certain extent, it was because he could not afford to lose. As members of the Rising Sky Mansion, they were also embarrassed by the Grand Elder's actions. Earlier, so many people died, but Sutsin didn't do anything. Now that his grandson is dead, he actually broke the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle? Many people mocked him. That's right. Earlier, when his grandson killed that independent cultivator, I saw that he was full of smiles, and he didn't think that his grandson was going overboard at all. Now that his grandson is dead, he's breaking the rules. It's obvious that he only values his grandson's life, and not the lives of others. To think he's the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, bah. If news of this spreads out, I'm afraid the Rising Sky Mansion will be humiliated. The onlookers discussed among themselves. They no longer cared about Sutsun and said whatever they wanted to say. It was obvious Sutsun's actions had angered the crowd. Elder Su, you're the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. You can decide how you're going to resolve this matter. Ren Zhong said indifferently as he looked at Su Xian. Although his tone was calm, his eyes flickered with a frightening cold light. It was as if he wouldn't mind exchanging a few blows with Sutsun if he wasn't satisfied with his performance. Elder Su, what Vice Mansion Master Ren said is also my opinion. Lu Hongguang also stared at Sutsun with a murderous look in his eyes. Now was an opportunity to show off in front of Li Feng. He wasn't willing to miss it. Moreover, Sutsun was indeed in the wrong in this matter. He and Ren Zhong were merely pushing the boat along with the current. When Sutsun saw how Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang were targeting him, a sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. However, he also knew that he was in the wrong. Therefore, after taking a deep breath, he suppressed the hatred in his heart and cupped his hands toward Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang. Gentlemen, the reason why I attacked just now was because my grandson was killed. I was so angry that I lost my mind. Now that I think about it, it was indeed inappropriate. However, since he's fine, why don't we just let this matter rest? As he spoke, Sutsun lowered his voice. At this time, he had no choice but to do so. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, before Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang could reply to Sutsun, Duan Lingtian burst out laughing. He laughed so hard that it seemed as though tears were about to flow out of his eyes. I'm fine. Earlier, if Vice Mansion Master Ren and Elder Lu didn't make a move in time, I'm afraid I would have been killed by you, Elder Su. You think you can just let this matter rest just because you said it was inappropriate? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his originally cold expression turned even colder. Is there such a logic in this world? Boy, you better shut up if you don't want to die. At this moment, Sutsun's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. His tone was filled with threat. Idiot! Upon hearing Sutsun's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian immediately scolded him. You're still threatening me through voice transmission even at this moment? The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion is nothing more than this. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, not only did Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang's expression turn grave, but even the spectators burst into an uproar. Apart from the people from Rising Sky Mansion, the other people's gaze turned colder as they looked at Su Xian. Under such circumstances, a normal person would instinctively sympathize with the weak. Currently, Duan Lingtian was one of the weak. Elder Su, please apologize to little brother Li Feng immediately and sever one of your arms. Otherwise, not only will we disqualify the people from Rising Sky Mansion from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle, but we'll also personally sever one of your arms. Lu Hongguang took a step forward and said coldly to Su Xian. This was the result of his discussion with Ren Zhong. At the same time, Ren Zhong glanced at Duan Lingtian from the corner of his eyes. When he saw Duan Lingtian's expression had softened a little, he sighed in relief. Upon hearing Lu Hongguang's words, Sutsun's expression turned grave immediately. If Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang joined forces, it would be easy for them to sever one of his arms. Moreover, he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Both of you, don't you think you've crossed the line? Sutsun asked coldly. However, Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang ignored him. Instead, they stared at him coldly, expressing their determination. When Sutsun saw this, he knew he would not be able to keep one of his arms. Sutsun immediately felt extremely humiliated, but there was nothing he could do. Gentlemen, I, Sutsun, will remember this. Sutsun looked at Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang intently. He knew he would not be able to keep one of his arms today no matter what. He said coldly, I can sever one of my arms, but it's impossible for me to apologize to him. After Sutsun finished speaking, he raised his right hand and severed his left arm. Just as he was about to put his left arm away, Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang made their move in unison. Ren Zhong charged at Su Xian. Sutsun's expression changed drastically, and his movements slowed down. As for Lu Hongguang, when he raised his hand, the void vibrated, and a blue saber ray appeared out of thin air. It crushed Sutsun's severed arm into pieces. A pool of blood fell, and Sutsun's left arm had completely disappeared. Both of you, Su Tsun's expression turned extremely grave when he saw the two men who charged at him menacingly had returned to their original spot in the blink of an eye. His left arm had been destroyed, and there was no way it could be reattached. He did not expect Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang to be so ruthless. Although he had severed his left arm, he was confident he could reattach it within a certain period of time. Of course, in order to reattach his left arm, his severed arm had to be intact. However, his left arm had been destroyed by Lu Hongguang. This meant he would only be left with one arm for the rest of his life. How could he not be furious? When the onlookers saw that Su Tsun's left arm was gone, not only did they not sympathize with him, but they even took pleasure in his misfortune. They felt he had only himself to blame. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's anger subsided a lot. Elder Su, are you really willing to disqualify the people from the Rising Sky Mansion from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle instead of apologizing to little brotherly Feng? You should know that as the host of the Rising Sky ranking battle, once Elder Lu and I come to an agreement, we have the right to disqualify the people from the Rising Sky Mansion from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Let's go, Ren Zhong said coldly as he looked at Su Sun Hermf. Upon hearing Ren Zhong's words, Su Tsun glanced at the other 9 ring masters before he glanced at the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. In the end, he snorted coldly and soared into the air before he said to the people from the Rising Sky Mansion, "Let's go." The moment his words left his mouth, he glared at Duan Lingtian with hatred before he prepared to leave with his men. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the gray clouds above the nimble chess set began to swirl before 2 figures appeared. They were 2 young men, one in front and one behind. The young man in front was dressed in a long green robe. He had an evil face, and a hint of killing intent could be felt from him as he stood there. Behind him was a hunchbacked young man. It was obvious he was his lackey. The appearance of these 2 men immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the nimble chess set. Young Mansion Master. Many of the people from the Rising Sky Mansion exclaimed in surprise as their eyes lit up. It's Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. At the same time, everyone's attention was also attracted by the evil-looking young man in the lead. They more or less recognized this person. This person was none other than Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. When Su Tsun saw Su Jing, not only was he not happy, but his expression turned grave instead. Earlier, he had refused to apologize to Duan Lingtian because he did not want to apologize to the person who killed his grandson. Moreover, among the people from the Rising Sky Mansion present on the scene, nobody was strong enough to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking anymore. The 3 people who were strong enough to be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking, including his grandson, were all dead. Due to this reason, he did not think it would make any difference if the people from the Rising Sky Mansion were disqualified from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Naturally, it was not that he did not think about the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. However, in his opinion, based on the young Mansion Master's progress in the past, even if he had the resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, it was impossible for him to compare to his grandson, Su Kan. Moreover, his grandson was dead. Naturally, he was unwilling to watch the young Mansion Master be ranked in the Rising Sky ranking, since it meant the young Mansion Master would become the next Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. This was not something he wanted to see. Since his grandson had no chance of becoming the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, naturally, he did not want the young Mansion Master to become the next Mansion Master. Due to this reason, he did not care if the people from the Rising Sky Mansion were disqualified from participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, it did not cross Su Tsun's mind that Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, would appear just in time when he was about to bring his men away. Su Jing's appearance meant he could no longer act willfully. He's the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing. Chapter 1687. Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, was also Duan Lingtian's target. To be more precise, the reason he came to the Rising Sky Mansion and the Rising Sky ranking battle in the Nimble Valley was all because of this young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. He wanted to kill the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion to resolve the crisis of Han Shuanai, whom he regarded as his biological sister. As long as Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was dead, Honshu and I would not have to marry into the Rising Sky Mansion anymore. That marriage contract would also be reduced to nothing. Huh, Grand Elder, are all of you planning to leave? Don't tell me the Rising Sky ranking battle has ended? The moment Su Jing appeared, he noticed Sutsun was leaving with the group of people from Rising Sky Mansion. He instinctively thought the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended, and his expression changed slightly. In fact, he did not stop at all during his journey here. The reason he was late was because he had just broken through to the stage he had always dreamed of a few days ago. Not yet. Although Sutsun was unhappy with Su Jing's sudden appearance, he did not dare to show it on his face. Not yet. Su Jing's expression returned to normal when he learned the Rising Sky ranking battle had not ended. He asked nonchalantly, "Since the Rising Sky ranking battle has not ended, what are you doing, Grand Elder?" He could see Sutsun was about to leave with his people. When Sutsun was at a loss for words, one of the Rising Sky Mansion's elders had already informed Su Jing through voice transmission. Even Su Jing's heart could not help but tremble at this moment. 3 people from the Rising Sky Mansion had died in the Rising Sky ranking battle. One of them was Sutsun's grandson, Su Kan. Su Jing did not care about the other 2 since he did not care about them at all. However, Su Kan was a disciple from the Rising Sky Mansion whose innate talent was not inferior to his. He had once pressured him as well. Moreover, if he did not cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, he was not confident he would be able to defeat Su Kan in the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, such a person whom he thought highly of had died in the Rising Sky ranking battle in the hands of a young man who was not even 40 years old yet. How could he not be shocked? However, this shock was quickly overshadowed by the anger that rose in his heart. After learning about what Sutsun had done after Su Kan's death, Su Jing looked at Sutsun with a cold gaze. Even Sutsun didn't know why, but when Su Jing looked over, he felt as though he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. At this moment, he also realized that Su Jing most likely knew about what had happened earlier. "First Elder, did you think that I wouldn't come?" Su Jing asked coldly as he stared at Sutsun, young mansion master. "Today's the last day to obtain a place in the Rising Sky rankings, but you haven't shown up yet." Because he was in the wrong, Sutsun didn't dare to say anything. However, before he could finish speaking, Su Jing interrupted him. "You think I won't come? Grand Elder, I advise you to quickly apologize to Li Feng. If my qualification to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle is revoked because of you, you should know the consequences." As he finished speaking, Su Jing's tone was extremely cold and contained a hint of threat. At this point, Sutsun also knew he had no other choice. Even if he was unwilling to apologize to the person who killed his grandson, he still had to do so. As the saying went, the situation was not in his favor. If he still refused, it would mean he intentionally did not want Su Jing to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. At that time, he would become a sinner of the Rising Sky Mansion. Earlier, he had dared to bring his men away so boldly because Su Jing had not arrived yet. Now that Su Jing had arrived, put aside the fact that the other people from the Rising Sky Mansion might not be willing to leave with him. Even if they were willing, he would not dare to bring them away. After taking a deep breath, Sutsun looked at Duan Lingtian and apologized with a hint of anger in his eyes. Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of Sutsun's apology. Naturally, he knew Sutsun had only apologized to him because he had no other choice. If Su Jing didn't come, he would have brought his men away. If he left first, I'm afraid Su Kan wouldn't be able to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle even if he came. At that time, I would have lost a good opportunity to kill him. It's a good thing Su Jing came in time. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he sighed in relief inwardly. His purpose this time was to kill Su Jing. He did not care about anything else. When the people in the surroundings saw Sutsun had apologized in the end, they began to boo. Don't tell me this Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion really thinks he's the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion? To think he's so unwilling to lower his pride and allowed the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples to lose the qualification to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. He must have made such a decision because he saw the people from the Rising Sky Mansion are all dead and Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, did not come. I think so too. Now that Su Jing is here, he apologized to Li Feng obediently. The onlookers discussed among themselves. They kept talking about Su Tsin, causing his expression to turn extremely grave. If it was possible, he really wanted to kill all of these people who were gossiping about him. No matter what, Su Jing's timely appearance and Su Tsin's apology had allowed the Rising Sky ranking battle to return to the right track. Duan Lingtian noticed Su Jing was looking at him from time to time. There was a hint of surprise and confusion in his eyes, but most of it was cold. Although Su Jing did not care about Su Can's death under such circumstances, as the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, he had to put on a show that he could not coexist with Duan Lingtian, the person who killed the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples. If he could kill Duan Lingtian, his prestige in the Rising Sky Mansion would rise greatly. Due to this reason, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian was just a stepping stone under his feet. After Su Jing appeared, he was not in a hurry to issue a challenge. Soon after, the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi entered the ring one after another. The opponents they chose were sensible enough to admit defeat. Both of them became the ring masters without shedding any blood. After the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi became the ring masters one after another, most of the people present on the scene shifted their attention to Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Now, it's time for the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion to enter the ring, right? He's quite arrogant to actually wait for the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi to enter the ring first. I guess he's worried he'll be challenged by the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi if he enters the ring first. At that time, it'll be embarrassing if he loses. With his strength, isn't it normal for him to be defeated by the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi? Even if he avoids the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi, he won't be able to avoid the battle with the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi when the Rising Sky ranking battle begins tomorrow. Many people whispered among themselves, saying Su Jing was afraid of the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. When the hunchbacked young man standing behind Su Jing heard these whispers, a mocking smile appeared on his face. His young mansion master's current strength was not something that could be compared to before. Su Jing, on the other hand, acted as though he did not hear the whispers around him. Huh. The mocking smile on the hunchbacked young man's face clearly entered Duan Lingtian's eyes, causing his heart to jolt. Even the people around Su Jing are so confident in him? Don't tell me Su Jing had a fortuitous encounter in this one year? It was no wonder Duan Lingtian thought so. In fact, Su Jing was merely an early refined Saint Stage martial cultivator a year ago. Even if the Rising Sky Mansion had nurtured him without holding back and provided him with all the cultivation resources, he would only be able to break through to the intermediate refined Saint Stage at most. He had just broken through to the intermediate refined Saint Stage not long ago. It was impossible for him to defeat the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. Currently, even if the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi had not broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint Stage, there were not many intermediate refined Saint Stage martial and Dao cultivators who were a match for them. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Su Jing finally stepped forward. His gaze instantly landed on Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian's emotions to surge. Choose me? If Su Jing chose him, it was undoubtedly something he was most willing to see. If that was the case, perhaps, he would be able to help Xuan'ai solve this problem. Su Jing wants to challenge Li Feng? At this moment, the people present on the scene noticed Su Jing's gaze. Don't tell me he thinks Li Feng is a pushover? Based on the strength Li Feng displayed earlier, he's definitely not weaker than Zhonggu. Many people chimed in. Humph. Li Feng's strength was definitely not inferior to Zhonggu's. Even the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi might not necessarily be able to survive after being enveloped by the explosion earlier. Since Li Feng has survived, this means his strength might not be weaker than the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. Another person chimed in. Someone else chimed in. All in all, the fact that Duan Lingtian had survived earlier had shocked everyone. At the same time, it had also given them a new understanding of his strength. They no longer looked down on him because he was not even 40 years old. Unfortunately, under the watchful eyes of the others, Su Jing's gaze only paused on Duan Lingtian for a moment before it shifted to the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. He wants to challenge the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi? At this moment, the people present on the scene were stunned. As for Duan Lingtian, he was slightly disappointed. Humph. He looked at Li Feng earlier, but I didn't see him challenging Li Feng. Now that he's looking at the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, I don't think he'll challenge them. Someone snorted and said disdainfully, I think so too. I think he's just looking around. As for the opponents he'll pick, I don't think it's the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Someone expressed his agreement. As it turned out, they had guessed correctly. Su Jing's gaze quickly shifted away from the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. As expected, I guessed correctly. I knew it. Su Jing definitely won't dare to challenge the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Chapter 1688. When the people from the Rising Sky Mansion heard the mocking words from the surrounding people, apart from Su Tsin, their expressions turned grave. Su Tsin sneered as he looked at Su Jing's back. In his opinion, it would be better if Su Jing did not participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle since he was such a coward. At the very least, he would not embarrass the Rising Sky Mansion. Naturally, he could only think about this in his heart. He did not dare to voice it out. Among the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion, there was no doubt Su Jing and the hunchbacked young man behind him had a normal expression on their faces. After Su Jing's gaze left the Blossom Monk and Jing Suzi, he swept his gaze past In Suzi, Yu Suzi, the Wine Meat Monk, and the others before he finally locked his gaze on a proud and aloof figure. This figure carried a saber on his back that was wrapped in cloth. He was dressed in plain clothes and looked simple and unadorned. However, his eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky. Zhonggu. Finally, Su Jing opened his mouth and locked on to his target. Zhonggu was one of the two strongest Seckless cultivators who participated in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Previously, the people present on the scene thought Zhonggu was the strongest Seckless cultivator below the age of 50 in the Rising Sky Mansions district. However, they no longer thought so due to the existence of Li Feng, whom Duan Lingtian had disguised as. Li Feng had killed Su Can and survived the terrifying shockwaves. This proved that his strength was not below Zhonggu's. Sometimes, a Seckless cultivator who was unknown only needed an opportunity to make a name for himself. Becoming famous in a single battle was the name of Li Feng, whom Duan Lingtian had disguised as. When the people present on the scene saw Su Jing challenging Zhonggu, they could not help but be stunned before they regained their senses. In the Rising Sky Mansions district, it said that Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and Zhonggu, the Seckless cultivator, are mortal enemies. It seems like it's true. That's right. When both of them were at the peak of the pristine saint stage, Zhonggu had the upper hand. However, after Su Jing broke through to the early refined saint stage first, Zhonggu was no longer a match for him. A year ago, Su Jing was at the early refined saint stage. Even if he has the resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, he should only have broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage now. Facing Zhonggu, who has also broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, isn't he afraid of being defeated by Zhonggu like he did when his cultivation base was at the peak of the pristine saint stage? In our Rising Sky Mansions district, almost everyone thinks that Su Jing is no match for Zhonggu if both of them have the same cultivation base. Don't tell me Su Jing wants to break this rule today? Humph. It's good to be confident, but if you're overconfident, you'll become arrogant. When the crowd came back to their senses, whispers spread throughout the nimble chess set again. No matter what, Su Jing, who had descended from the sky and appeared in the chess piece Zhonggu was in, had become the focus of the crowd's attention. Su Jing was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Would he be able to clear his name today? Everyone present on the scene was looking forward to it. Even Duan Lingtian was paying attention to the battle between Zhonggu and Su Jing. He had a good impression of Zhonggu after all. As for Su Jing, he was his target this time. He had to kill him. If he could decide the outcome of this battle, naturally, he hoped Zhonggu would be able to defeat Su Jing or even kill him. Zhonggu, you killed my Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, so I'll have to settle this score with you. Su Jing said coldly as he stood in front of Zhonggu. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Zhonggu said nonchalantly. If he had not broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, he might be afraid when he faced Su Jing, since Su Jing had most likely broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage. However, Now that he had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, he was no longer afraid of Su Jing. Just like the rumors said, if they had the same cultivation base, he was not afraid of Su Jing at all. Su Jing could be considered as his old rival. He knew very well what Su Jing was capable of. Unfortunately, it did not cross his mind that the current Su Jing was a completely different person compared to the Su Jing in the past. The reason for this was because Su Jing had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. In this 1 year, although Su Jing would occasionally return to the Rising Sky Mansion to enjoy the resources, most of the time, he would stay outside. He called it training, but in truth, he was devouring the vital energies and blood of young women. In this 1 year, the number of young women who were turned into dried corpses by him was close to 3 digits. Due to this reason, his cultivation base had been raised to a terrifying level until he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. What did the peak of the refined saint stage mean? If he took another step forward, he would be at the imminent saint stage. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the moment Zhonggu's words left his mouth, Su Jing did not seem to have made any move at all. However, a storm seemed to have appeared in a 100-meter radius around him. Many people, including Duan Lingtian, did not even have time to react before they saw a rapidly twisting tornado had appeared where Su Jing was standing. It was moving toward Zhonggu at an extremely fast speed. When they saw Zhonggu making his move to block it, most of them thought he would be able to block the tornado. Who knew the moment Zhonggu touched the tornado, it seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as it spun even faster, causing the air to tremble. At this moment, the tornado seemed to have transformed into a gigantic primitive beast as it swallowed Zhonggu in just one gulp. Pa! As a loud sound resonated in the air, under the watchful eyes of the others, as the tornado gradually weakened, Zhonggu, who was originally still alive, instantly turned into a rain of blood that filled the sky. He was dead. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. It did not even take a breath. Due to this reason, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, could not help but be stunned. In the sky, the hosts, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They knew about the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. They knew his innate talent was not top-notch. Even with the Rising Sky Mansion's resources, he had only broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage at most. However, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion had displayed a strength that far surpassed the intermediate refined saint stage in his attack. When the tornado seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, the aura they sensed with their divine consciousness did not belong to an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. Only a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator would be able to give them such a feeling. Mastery refined saint stage. At this moment, Renzhong and Lu Hongguang were almost certain Su Jing was a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator. Naturally, this was also because they did not probe Su Jing's cultivation base with their divine consciousness. Otherwise, they would have realized their mistake. It was impolite to probe a person's cultivation base with one's divine consciousness. Most people would not do that. Moreover, due to their preconceived notions, whether it was Renzhong or Lu Hongguang, both of them felt Su Jing had broken through to the mastery refined saint stage. It was already shocking enough. They did not dare to continue thinking about it. Mastery refined saint stage? How's that possible? Among the people present on the scene, the strongest were undoubtedly Renzhong and Lu Hongguang. The person below them was undoubtedly Sutsun, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. At this moment, Sutsun's divine consciousness had also confirmed the aura Su Jing released earlier was at least a mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivator. Due to this reason, he was filled with shock. As far as he was concerned, this was something that was practically impossible. As the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, he knew very well how strong Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was. He knew very well that even with the resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, it was impossible for Su Jing to break through to the mastery-refined saint stage in such a short time. In fact, Su Jing was only an early refined saint stage martial cultivator a year ago. It was extremely shocking for him to break through to the mastery-refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage in just a year. He must have had a fortuitous encounter in this 1 year. Su Xin was almost certain of this. However, it did not cross his mind that Su Jing's fortuitous encounter was due to him cultivating the Devouring Dark Devil technique. The original owner of the Devouring Dark Devil technique was also the culprit who had caused the Rising Sky Mansion to be demoted from a quasi-third-rate force to a fourth-rate force. When Su Xin regained his senses, Duan Lingtian had also regained his senses. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. Su Jing's cultivation base seems to have broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage. How's this possible? Apart from Su Xin, even Duan Lingtian was shocked by Su Jing's cultivation base. Is the resources from the Rising Sky Mansion really that great? This was the first thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind when he learned Su Jing had most likely broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage. After all, he was different from Su Cian. Su Xin knew about the cultivation resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, but he did not. I can't believe he's actually broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage. It's going to be difficult to kill him now. Duan Lingtian's originally calm expression turned solemn at this moment. With his current strength, he was confident he could defeat most intermediate refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators. However, when it came to mastery-refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators, he could only defeat those who were slightly weaker and had an unstable foundation. If he used all his techniques, he might be able to defeat those who were slightly stronger. As for those who were slightly stronger, he would only be able to fight them to a draw at most. He might even be defeated. However, he was not confident he could defeat those who were at the mastery-refined saint stage. Chapter 1689. At the same time, the people present on the scene began to regain their senses one by one. Many of them immediately pinched their thighs. When they felt the intense pain on their thighs, they finally realized they were not dreaming. Everything was real. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had killed Zhonggu in just one blow. Don't tell me Su Jing is already a mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse? Although most of the onlookers did not have Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Xin's eyesight, they could guess what had happened when they recalled the scene earlier. Due to this reason, their hearts were filled with shock. How's this possible? Naturally, many people felt it was impossible after they recovered from their shock. A person who was only at the early refined saint stage a year ago had actually broken through to the mastery refined saint stage in just 1 year? They really couldn't figure out how Su Jing had cultivated in the past year to actually have such an exaggerated improvement. However, many Seckless cultivators present on the scene had a hint of red in their eyes when they looked at Su Jing. As one of the best among the middle-aged Seckless cultivators, Zhonggu's position in the eyes of the Seckless cultivators was extraordinary. Moreover, many Seckless cultivators even saw him as their hope. In the Rising Sky Mansions district, although the Seckless cultivators were in a state of disunity in the past, if something happened, there would still be powerhouses among the Seckless cultivators who would take the lead and gather the Seckless cultivators together to solve the problem. Naturally, those who could take the lead were the powerhouses among the Seckless cultivators. However, in recent years, there had not been any outstanding Seckless cultivators in the Rising Sky Mansions district. Due to this reason, many Seckless cultivators had placed their hopes on Zhonggu. They felt he would finally become a powerhouse among the Seckless cultivators in the near future and would be able to unite the Seckless cultivators who were in a state of disunity. However, Zhonggu was dead now. Zhonggu's death also meant that their dreams would be shattered. Many Seckless cultivators immediately looked at Duan Lingtian. However, they soon sighed. Put aside the fact that this Seckless cultivator who called himself Li Feng was unknown previously, it was obvious he was not someone who liked to be in the limelight. Based on his attitude in front of Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, it was obvious he was interested in joining a major force. Therefore, they did not think that this Li Feng could replace Zhonggu. At the thought of this, the group of rogue cultivators looked at Su Jing with daggers in their eyes. If they could, they wished they could cut Su Jing into 1,000 pieces. No matter what, Zhonggu had been defeated by Su Jing. Su Jing had used his own strength to clear his name. Not only was he not weaker than Zhonggu, he could even kill Zhonggu with a single move. The flowery monk and Jing Suzi were the ones who found it the hardest to regain their senses after witnessing Su Jing killing Zhonggu with just a single move. As members of the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansions district, the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, as leaders, naturally knew a lot about the outstanding geniuses among their peers, including Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. However, the strength that Su Jing displayed today gave rise to a strange feeling in their hearts. Hiss, hiss. When they regained their senses, they gasped in unison. Mastery Refined Saint Stage. Su Jing has actually broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage? In fact, even they had just broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage not too long ago. However, Su Jing, who they had suppressed previously, had actually caught up to them in terms of cultivation base? How could they not be shocked? After killing Zhonggu, Su Jing had replaced him as the new ring master. At this moment, a Rising Sky Mansion's disciple stepped forward. He was a Mastery-Refined Saint Stage martial cultivator who had been eliminated earlier. When the crowd saw him stepping forward, not only did they not make fun of him, but their expressions turned solemn instead. The scene in front of him was very similar to the scene when Su Gang stood out before. For a time, many people's gazes fell on Su Jing. Don't tell me Su Jing wants to kill again? Is he addicted to killing? Unlike before, after Su Jing displayed strength that seemed to be at the Mastery-Refined Saint stage, those who did not think highly of Su Jing earlier no longer dared to look at him the same way. Of course, previously, they did not know Su Jing's strength. However, after witnessing how he killed Zhonggu in just one strike, they knew his strength was not inferior to the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. At this moment, nobody thought Su Jing did not enter the ring for a long time because he was afraid of the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Just as the crowd had expected, the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple challenged Su Jing as soon as he entered the ring. As for Su Jing, he admitted defeat just as the crowd had expected. The moment Su Jing admitted defeat, he was immediately eliminated. At this moment, since he was not the ring master, he could challenge any of the ring masters as he pleased. When Su Jing's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian again, it caused Duan Lingtian's expression to turn solemn. Currently, his comprehension of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, had improved. He was very close to the second stage, the Sword Shadowed Heart. Although he could still fight a Mastery-Refined Saint Stage martial cultivator, it would still be quite strenuous for him. Moreover, he could see the strength Su Jing displayed earlier was not as simple as just breaking through to the Mastery-Refined Saint stage. Due to this reason, although he was not afraid of Su Jing, he still felt a little uncertain. He wants to challenge Li Feng? Many people were shocked when they saw Su Jing looking at Duan Lingtian. Is he planning to kill all the Sectless cultivators? Previously, the people present on the scene did not think Su Jing would be able to defeat Li Feng. However, at this moment, they did not think Li Feng was a match for Su Jing at all. In their opinion, once Su Jing made his move on Li Feng would definitely die. The group of Sectless cultivators present on the scene had a grave expression on their faces. Young Mansion Master, this Li Feng is even more despicable than Zhonggu. He has killed 2 genius martial cultivators from our Rising Sky Mansion. When Su Tsin saw Su Jing looking at Duan Lingtian, his eyes gleamed as he instantly transmitted his voice to Su Jing. Naturally, although his words sounded dignified, how could Su Jing not know that Su Tsin wanted to use him to avenge Su Can? Originally, he had indeed planned to challenge Duan Lingtian. However, with Su Tsin's voice transmission, he temporarily dismissed the idea of challenging Duan Lingtian. What a joke. Put aside the fact that he was the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion. Even if he was the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, as the successor of the Devouring Dark Devil technique, his future would be limitless. How could he be led by the nose by a Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion? For this reason, not only did Su Jing not reply to Su Tsin, but he even shifted his gaze away from Duan Lingtian. Many Sectless cultivators sighed in relief immediately. Su Tsin's expression was grave. He did not expect Su Jing to ignore him and even change his target. It seemed like he had no intention of challenging Li Feng. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. Although he was the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. In the Rising Sky Mansion, as the son of the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing's position was even higher than his. Soon after, Su Jing's gaze landed on the flowery monk. At the same time, he moved and appeared on the chess piece the flowery monk was on in just a blink of an eye, standing opposite him. Flowery monk, I'm no match for you in the past. However, today, I'll prove to everyone that I, Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, am the strongest powerhouse among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansions district. Su Jing's words were spoken with great vigor. Moreover, they were filled with strong confidence and were extremely infectious. However, faced with the confident Su Jing, the flowery monk merely smiled nonchalantly. Young Mansion Master Su, it's shocking that you've broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage. However, if you think you can defeat me just because you've broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage, you're sorely mistaken. The moment his words left his mouth, the kasaya on the flowery monk's body began to flutter as the true origin in his body surged out. At this instant, with the flowery monk in the center, the surrounding space began to ripple. Ripples could be seen clearly. Renzhong, Lu Hongguang, and Su Tsin's divine consciousness instantly sensed the aura emitted from the flowery monk's body. The three of them narrowed their eyes in unison as shock appeared on their faces. They exclaimed in a low voice, "Mastery-refined saint stage." Although the three of them did not exclaim loudly, the people present on the scene had extraordinary hearing. Naturally, they heard the three of them. At this moment, everyone present on the scene looked at the flowery monk in shock. This flowery monk has broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage as well? As expected of one of the two most outstanding people among the middle-aged generation in our Rising Sky Mansions district. The flowery monk's innate talent and strength are really ridiculous. The flowery monk has broken through, but I wonder if Jing Suzi has broken through as well. Compared to Su Jing's breakthrough to the mastery-refined saint stage, the flowery monk's breakthrough only shocked the crowd for a moment before they calmed down. In the crowd's opinion, the flowery monk had always been outstanding. Moreover, he had long been an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. Although they were surprised when they found out he had broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage, they found it to be normal. Apart from being shocked by the flower monk's breakthrough to the mastery-refined saint stage, many people were also curious if Jing Suzi had also made a breakthrough. If I'm not mistaken, Jing Suzi, you must have broken through as well, right? Unknowingly, Su Jing had soared up into the air and looked at the young Taoist priest standing on another chess piece nearby as he asked loudly. From the beginning until the end, Su Jing did not seem to be surprised by the flowery monk's cultivation base at all. It was as though he had long known this would happen. Moreover, when the flowery monk revealed his cultivation base at the mastery-refined saint stage, he actually had the mood to ask Jing Suzi about his cultivation base. Faced with Su Jing's question, Jing Suzi nodded his head even though he did not say anything. The crowd immediately broke out in an uproar again. Even Jing Suzi had broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage. In this case, there were actually 3 mastery-refined saint stage powerhouses in the Rising Sky ranking battle this time? Good. Very good. Su Jing was very satisfied with Jing Suzi's reply. Chapter 1690. Vice Mansion Masterin, Elder Lu. I want to challenge both the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. Although Su Jing's voice was not loud, it still resonated in the entire nimble chess set. The entire place fell silent. When the people present on the scene regained their senses, they looked at each other. Some of them even poked their ears with their fingers, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Heavens! What did they just hear? Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, said he wanted to challenge both the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. Su Jing's words were shocking to the others present on the scene. However, to the flowery monk and Jing Suzi, it was undoubtedly a great humiliation. Whether it was the flowery monk or Jing Suzi, their expressions turned grave immediately. At this moment, no matter how good-tempered they were, they could not hold it in. Su Jing had really gone too far. Upon hearing Su Jing's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked as well. Su Jing actually wants to challenge both mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivators at the same time? How arrogant. He's too arrogant. Su Jing actually wants to challenge both the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi at the same time? Does he really think the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi are pushovers? Humph. It seems like he's very confident after breaking through to the Mastery-Refined Saint stage. However, as a Mastery-Refined Saint stage martial cultivator, he actually dares to challenge both a Mastery-Refined Saint stage martial cultivator and a Mastery-Refined Saint stage Dao cultivator at the same time. Isn't he just seeking death? Seeking death? The Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi won't dare to kill him. Although they can leave after killing Su Jing, as the saying goes, the monk can run, but the temple can't. Even if they leave, the Rising Sky Mansion won't let the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine behind them go. When the people present on the scene regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves. All of them felt Su Jing had overestimated himself for wanting to challenge both the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. Even Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang did not expect Su Jing to be so arrogant. Due to this reason, they did not respond to Su Jing's words at all. Young Mansion Master, what are you doing? Whether it's the Flowery Monk or Jing Suzi, both of them are powerful opponents to you. I know your confidence has increased after you've broken through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage, but both of them are at the Mastery Refined Saint stage as well. It's impossible for you to be a match for both of them at once. Meanwhile, Su Tsun frowned and sent a voice transmission to Su Jing. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Su Jing's reply. He looked at Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang and forced a smile on his face as he said, Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Lu, our young Mansion Master was just joking earlier. Was this a joke? Upon hearing Su Tsun's words, everyone present looked at Su Jing suspiciously. This joke was not funny at all. First Elder, I'm not joking. However, Su Jing did not appreciate Su Tsun's kindness at all. When Su Tsun finished speaking, he spoke disdainfully. Su Tsun's face turned red when he heard that. It wasn't easy for him to swallow his pride and help Su Jing, but Su Jing didn't appreciate it. This made him feel like he was using his hot face to stick to Su Jing's cold butt. Su Tsun was so infuriated that he waved his sleeves. He did not intend to interfere in this matter anymore. Young Mansion Master Su, do you really want to challenge the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi at the same time? Ren Zhong asked solemnly as he looked at Su Jing. Vice Mansion Master Ren, do you think I'm joking? Su Jing frowned. Young Mansion Master Su, you must think this through. Whether it's the Flowery Monk or Jing Suzi, both of them are at the Mastery Refined Saint stage like you. You won't be able to gain the upper hand even if you fight both of them at the same time. Lu Hongguang chimed in. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Lu, but I've already made up my mind. Su Jing replied nonchalantly. By right, this matter doesn't violate the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, if you want to fight both of them at the same time, you'll have to ask for their opinion first. If they're unwilling, even Elder Lu and I can't do anything about it. It's impossible for us to force them to fight you in such a manner since it's a humiliation to them. Ren Zhong said to Su Jing with a troubled expression. At this moment, he could completely understand how the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi felt. If he were in their shoes, he would be furious as well. A person whom he had defeated in the past actually dared to challenge him in such a manner. It was simply humiliating. When Ren Zhong spoke, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to the Flowery Monk and Jing Suzi. At this moment, whether it was the Flowery Monk or Jing Suzi, their expressions were grave. However, they knew they had to give an answer at this moment. Just as they were about to reject the challenge, Su Jing beat them to it and said, Flowery Monk, Jing Suzi, I know both of you are arrogant. However, if both of you don't dare to accept my challenge today, I'll have to sigh. The people from the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine are all trash. All trash. One must admit Su Jing's words were ruthless. At the very least, the moment his words left his mouth, horror dawned on the people from the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. Senior Brother Hua, since he's so arrogant, why don't you join forces with Senior Brother Jing Suzi and get rid of him? That's right, Senior Brother Hua. Since he dares to bully our Brahma Temple, there's no need for you to care about anything else. Just join forces with senior brother Jing Suzi and teach him an unforgettable lesson. Senior brother Hua agreed to his request. Among the people from the Brahma temple, other than the abbot and the other high-ranking officials who remained silent, the other disciples from the Brahma temple looked at the flowery monk and persuaded him to agree to Su Jing's request and join forces with Jing Suzi to fight Su Jing. It was the same for the people from the Pure Yang Shrine. Apart from the high-ranking officials led by the monastery master of Pure Yang Shrine who remained silent with a grave expression, the group of disciples from the Pure Yang Shrine persuaded Jing Suzi as well. Su Jing's sudden action was also a shock to the others present. This was because he was provoking the two fifth-rate forces, the Brahma Temple and the Pure Yang Shrine. Of course, with Su Jing's background, it was not a big deal for him to provoke these two forces. However, the problem was that Su Jing's provocation was related to the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. If the flowery monk and Jing Suzi still refused him at this moment, they would undoubtedly fall into Su Jing's trap and admit that the people of Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine were trash. I agree. Me too. Therefore, under such circumstances, regardless of whether it was the flowery monk or Jing Suzi, they could not reject him. However, when they agreed, their expressions were extremely grave. Two pairs of eyes that were looking at Su Jing were gleaming with terrifying cold light. They had already made up their minds. Even if they could not kill Su Jing, they would still teach him an unforgettable lesson. They could tolerate Su Jing's provocation. However, they could not tolerate Su Jing's provocation of the sects behind them. To the disciples of the sects, especially the outstanding disciples who could represent their sects, provoking the sects behind them was no different from digging up their ancestors' graves. The people present on the scene were not surprised by the flowery monk and Jing Suzi agreeing to Su Jing's request. Under such circumstances, even if the flowery monk and Jing Suzi felt Su Jing's request was a little insulting, they had no choice but to agree. According to Su Jing, if they did not agree, it would be equivalent to them admitting that the people in their sects were trash. This Su Jing is really crazy. Does he really think he's invincible just because he has broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage? He wants to challenge two people who are also at the mastery-refined saint stage like him? Let's see if he can still be so arrogant when he's defeated by the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. At that time, I'm afraid he'll be so ashamed that he'll want to dig a hole and hide in it. Right now, I'm looking forward to the scene of him being defeated by the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. I'm afraid they'll be able to defeat him in less than 10 moves if they join forces. When the people present on the scene saw the flowery monk and Jing Suzi agreeing to Su Jing's request, they began to whisper among themselves again. Unfortunately, Su Jing has the Rising Sky Mansion behind him. Otherwise, the flowery monk and Jing Suzi would definitely want to kill him. That's right. With the Rising Sky Mansion behind him, even if the flowery monk and Jing Suzi can defeat him, they won't dare to kill him. Hermph. I think he must have thought about this. Otherwise, why would he dare to challenge the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time? Many people felt indignant. They felt that if it was not for the Rising Sky Mansion behind Su Jing, he would not have dared to make such a request. Don't tell me Su Jing is really confident he can defeat the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time? Unlike the others, Duan Lingtian felt a little uncertain when he saw the pride and confidence in Su Jing's eyes. After experiencing 2 lifetimes, he was confident that his ability to judge a person was not bad. Currently, Su Jing had subconsciously revealed the aura of a victor. If he really has the strength to defeat the flowery monk and Jing Suzi when they join forces, then his strength can be considered as top-notch even among the mastery-refined saint stage powerhouses. If he really has such strength, I'll be lucky if I can fight him to a draw. It's impossible for me to kill him. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heart felt a little heavy. There was only one reason he came to the Rising Sky Mansion's district to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. It was to kill Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and help Xuanai to break off the engagement. However, it seemed like it would not be so easy to kill Su Jing. I hope he's really arrogant and not really confident. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only hope. However, he felt the possibility of this happening was very low. Due to this reason, His heart seemed to be shrouded by a layer of dark clouds as the pressure increased. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of wind whistling, Jing Suzi had left the chess piece he was on and appeared on the chess piece the flowery monk was on. He stood side by side with the flowery monk as they faced off against Su Jing. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, wanted to fight the flowery monk and Jing Suzi alone. In the past, any one of the two could easily crush Su Jing. However, today, Su Jing wanted to challenge both of them at the same time. Chapter 1691. Su Jing's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. In the past, any one of the two people in front of him had strength that far surpassed him and could completely suppress him. But today, he was going to fight both of them at the same time with his own strength. Moreover, he was the one who suggested it. The reason why he dared to make such a request was naturally not because he was speaking without thinking. Instead, it was because he was truly confident. As for his confidence, it came from the devouring dark devil technique. Others might not know about his improvement in the past year, but he knew it very well. Due to this reason, he remained calm from the beginning until the end when he was faced with the flowery monk and Jing Suzi joining forces. He knew the flowery monk and Jing Suzi would not be a match for him even if they joined forces. They were merely two mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivators. Everyone present on the scene could not help but hold their breaths when they saw Su Jing, the flowery monk, and Jing Suzi confronting each other. Even Renzhong and Lu Hongguang, the two main hosts of the Rising Sky ranking battle, had their eyes glued to Su Jing and the other two. To be more precise, their gazes were mostly on Su Jing. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with Su Jing. Su Jing was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and they had seen him more than once. Due to this reason, they had a certain understanding of Su Jing and knew his innate talent and strength. It's already shocking that Su Jing's cultivation base is at the mastery-refined saint stage. However, he actually wants to challenge both the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. Vice Mansion Master Ren, don't you think he's a little too arrogant? Lu Hongguang asked through voice transmission as he looked at Renzhong. A year ago, he was only an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. However, after a year, he has already broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage. This isn't something the Rising Sky Mansion can do. Due to this reason, I'm certain he must have had a fortuitous encounter in this 1 year. Since he has had a fortuitous encounter, and his strength has risen so much, it's normal for him to be confident. Renzhong said through voice transmission, if he challenged the flowery monk and Jing Suzi separately, he might have a chance of winning. However, he actually challenged the flowery monk and Jing Suzi at the same time. He's overconfident and arrogant. I really don't know what fortuitous encounter he had to be so arrogant. Look at him. He seems very confident as though he'll definitely be able to defeat the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Lu Hongguang added, in the past, both the flowery monk and Jing Suzi were far stronger than him. Now that his strength has increased tremendously, it's normal for him to be arrogant and conceited. However, it may not be a bad thing for him to suffer a setback in this battle. It will teach him a lesson so that he won't dare to underestimate anyone again. Renzhong snorted and said. Lu Hongguang nodded in agreement. Damn it! The scene before him caused Su Tsun's expression to become extremely ugly. However, he did not mind Su Jing being defeated. However, to a certain extent, Su Jing represented the Rising Sky Mansion's reputation. It would be fine if he won, but if he lost, he and the Rising Sky Mansion would become a laughingstock in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. As the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion, naturally, he did not want the force behind him to become a laughingstock because of Su Jing. However, the matter in front of him was clearly not something he could interfere in. At the same time, the surrounding people were still whispering to each other. Although Su Jing appeared to be very confident, not many people were optimistic about him. Among the other ring masters, only Duan Lingtian had a slightly solemn expression on his face. Whether it was the Winemeat Monk, Jade Void Zi, In Su Zi, or the others, when they looked at Su Jing, there was a hint of mockery in their eyes. It was obvious they did not think Su Jing was strong enough to defeat the flowery monk and Jing Suzi when they joined forces. Su Jing, since you're fighting two people at once, we won't take advantage of you. You can make the first move. The flowery monk said in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. As he spoke, the kasaya on his body fluttered even though there was no wind. It faintly emitted a terrifying aura. It was obvious he was truly enraged. The flowery monk was not the only one who was truly enraged. Jing Suzi was enraged as well. Although Jing Suzi was a Taoist master and was usually very calm, at this moment, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart when faced with Su Jing's continuous provocation and humiliation. Flowery monk, Jing Suzi, I know both of you think I'm humiliating you, but I want to tell both of you that I'm no longer the same as before. For this reason, I hope both of you will fight me with your full strength. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning both of you when you die. Su Jing smiled sinisterly as he looked at the flowery monk and Jing Suzi. Based on his words, it was obvious he did not take the flowery monk and Jing Suzi seriously. Moreover, he planned to kill both of them. The flowery monk and Jing Suzi did not dare to kill Su Jing because they were worried the Rising Sky Mansion would seek revenge from the forces behind them. However, Su Jing was different. The Rising Sky Mansion was a fourth-rate force behind Su Jing. Naturally, he was not afraid of the two fifth-rate forces behind the flowery monk and Jing Suzi seeking revenge. Even if the Brahma Temple and the Pure Yang Shrine joined forces, they were nothing to the Rising Sky Mansion. This was the difference between a fourth-rate force and a fifth-rate force. We'll have to see if you're capable of making us unleash our full strength or not. Jing Suzi, who was usually calm, was enraged. Both of you will soon find out if I'm capable or not. Su Jing smiled sinisterly again. At the same time, as soon as his words left his mouth, the space within a 100-meter radius around him began to ripple. A majestic true origin rose from his body and transformed into a tornado in just a blink of an eye. This tornado was similar to the technique he used to kill Zhonggu. It was a technique he cast through his territory. His territory was called the Hurricane Territory. Anyone who entered his territory would feel as though they were being shrouded by a hurricane. The stronger Su Jing's true origin was, the more powerful his territory would be. This tornado was formed by reversing the hurricane in his hurricane territory. It was similar to Duan Ling Tian's 10,000 swords territories, 10,000 swords territories, 10,000 swords territories, 10,000 swords territories, 10,000 swords territory. Unlike when he fought with Zhonggu, Su Jing unleashed the strength of a mastery-refined Saint Stage powerhouse the moment he made his move. The current tornado's power was comparable to the tornado that had killed Zhonggu in an instant. In the face of this tornado, even the flowery monk and Jing Suzi's faces turned solemn. Both of their bodies trembled in unison. At this instant, the kasaya on the flowery monk and the Taoist robe on Jing Suzi fluttered loudly as their true origins stirred. At the same time, a territory formed in a 100-meter radius around the flowery monk. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.